Chapter 1938. The battle 2 days ago was still vivid in her mind. Even though she had fallen into a deep sleep, she didn't forget about it. Her soul repeatedly reflected the scenes of chaos, Maple turning into chaos, the chaos energy that wreaked havoc in the void and nothingness, and Sir Hui, who was entangled by the chaos energy and dragged order and rules to the other side. Countless years of battle experience allowed her to continue the battle and unleash all of her strength. However, the emotions that filled her heart were the same as those years ago. That's right. It was the same feeling she had when she watched Sir Maple lead the small void turbulence. It was despair, helplessness, and an unconcealable sense of powerlessness spread from the bottom of her heart and occupied her entire soul. Perhaps because she was already used to this kind of despair, she did not lose her composure. Just like how Sir Feng once warned them to learn to embrace despair and not naively let hope fill their hearts. Although everyone heard it that way, perhaps no one really understood what they should do. However, they had already taken enough precautions. After all, Sir Feng had been talking about this kind of thing for a long time ago, so they were used to the existence of this kind of mental preparation. Perhaps the countless warnings were to deal with such situations when they happened. If they were trapped in despair and hesitated, doubted, and couldn't take action because of the annihilation of hope, perhaps that day's battle would have a different ending. It was an ending that no one wanted to see, including Sir Maple. After experiencing it firsthand, she completely understood. Fortunately, the final direction didn't point to the worst ending. Phew! Even though they heaved a sigh of relief and Sir Maple successfully broke free from the control of chaos, and this matter had come to an end, there were still more things to worry about and deal with. Everything had just been settled, and everything had just begun. They didn't have much time to catch their breaths. Perhaps it was due to excessive worry and fear that after the incident, she seemed to have fallen asleep in a daze for a period of time after relaxing to release the tons of pressure accumulated during the battle. Now that she had rested enough, it was time to wake up. Now that it wasn't time to relax, there were still many things to deal with. Before she opened her eyes, she felt as if she was wrapped in a warm and incomparably familiar presence. Her hands seemed to have touched something, and after recalling how she looked when she fell asleep, Jing Yuanji understood. The presence came from Sir Maple's presence, and her hands might have touched Sir Maple's hand. Therefore, she calmly opened her eyes and looked at Sir Maple's beautiful face, which was almost pressed against her own face. For an instant, her brain didn't work too well. This wasn't the angle that one would see when lying on the edge of the bed. She opened her eyes to see this angle, then looked at her hands on Sir Maple's chest. She didn't remember sleeping and moving around in a daze. There's no such thing. Not to mention, when looking after Sir Maple, there's absolutely no such thing. This is overstepping. This is Sir Maple's sleeping posture is so adorable. She didn't expect that the usually energetic Sir Maple would have such an ordinary and adorable side when sleeping quietly. Although she had taken care of Sir Maple before, this was the first time she observed him so closely. In the past, she only carefully watched from a small distance away. She had never stared at him at such a close distance. As she watched, she couldn't help but reach out and carefully poke Sir Maple's face. Soft. Poke again. Poke again. Cough, cough. Stop fooling around. Let's see how Sir Maple is doing. Everything is fine. His soul is also in a very normal state. There's no remnant of chaotic energy. He's recovering well. Even the crack in his soul has unknowingly disappeared. It's completely healed. Did a lot of time pass? She sat up abruptly and checked the time in her soul. It had only been 3 days since the end of the battle. It wasn't a long time. She had also rested well and recovered. It seemed that Sir Maple's recovery speed was fast and his condition was good. As for why he was still sleeping, it was probably because he was still recovering. Just like them, they also needed to relieve the fatigue in their souls occasionally. Otherwise, they would go crazy. Right now, 70 to 80% of the people on the front lines were still in a state of frenzy. Part of the reason was because their souls were exhausted. Of course, she felt that everyone was already used to pouring out their strength. When she came back to her senses and sat up, she saw that she was indeed lying on the same bed as Sir Maple. They were even under the same blanket. She felt embarrassed and puzzled. She didn't know that she could sleep on her stomach to sleep on her back for more than 10 eras. Fortunately, she woke up before Sir Maple. If Sir Maple saw, it would be so embarrassing. Just as she was about to get off the bed, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Sir Maple's cute sleeping face with a bit of reluctance. She looked and looked, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then carefully lay down again. She reached out her index finger and lightly poked Sir Maple's face. She then carefully pinched and pulled twice. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Jing Jiejia, is it really okay for you to not say anything? As she stared and stared, Origin Sky's words suddenly echoed in her mind, causing her fingers to tremble. When she looked at Sir Feng's face again, her pretty face heated up. Then, as if she had done something wrong and was worried that someone was behind her, she carefully turned her head to look at the door. After staring blankly for a dozen or so seconds, she waved her hand and pulled up a barrier to block the door. In this life, I might not be able to convey the words in my heart, because it's in this life there's no way to convey it, she softly whispered in her heart, and her hands on the bed involuntarily clenched. But if it's just a one-sided message, it shouldn't be a problem, right? As long as I don't disturb Sir Maple, it's fine. This was her one-sided love that she had carefully and with all her strength. Occasionally, she wanted to be a little willful, but if it's just a little, it shouldn't be a problem, right? She narrowed her eyes slightly and gently bent down. Her right hand pulled the long hair that had fallen by her ear and gently moved closer. Suddenly, she froze. Looking at his face that was almost in front of her eyes, she took a light breath and summoned the greatest courage in her heart. She lowered her head and kissed him deeply on the lips. Sir Maple, Fengling, I like you. The soft whisper was like the words that a person would subconsciously say while staring blankly at the void. There would never be a response from the void. It should be like this. I know. Jing Yuanji's eyes suddenly widened. The void responded to her. In an instant, she hurriedly shrank back, as if she had been electrocuted. Her beautiful face was completely covered in blood, and it was frighteningly hot. When she saw Sir Maple slightly open his eyes, it was a very difficult movement, and it looked like his movements weren't very nimble. A faint multicolored light flickered in his eyes. The clear traces made her heart almost stop beating. Her mind was a little numb, and she didn't know what to think. Sir Maple, when did you wake up? She stuttered out a sentence, and she didn't even know if she had opened her mouth to speak or not. Just 3 minutes ago when you sat up. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes with difficulty, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only open half of her eyes. She was still a little confused when she saw things, so she couldn't see what this girl's expression was. Well, she could guess it. Then after that I was on your face. My soul had just been repaired, so it was a little difficult to move. Anyway, it wasn't anything serious, so I didn't pay attention to it. I was planning to lie down for a while. Yun Nuoshing thought about it and simply closed her eyes. She tried her best to speak in a calm voice. That is, what happened after that? Actually, I didn't think about it. Really. Suddenly, there was a panicked cry that sounded with all her strength. This girl's voice had changed, and then there was a series of clanking sounds that sounded like space and the void were smashed into pieces together. The huge noise made Yun Nuoshing slightly startled, and she frowned slightly. After a while, when the noise subsided, she struggled to lift her eyelids, but she could only lift them a little. Her vision was blurry, and her senses were also blurry. She could barely use her vision and senses to judge that there was a 100-foot-long spatial crack in the room. That girl, Yuan Ji, had probably torn it open in a panic, and she had used too much strength to tear it open, so it was a little slow to repair now. After looking at the blurry spatial crack for a while, she closed her eyes. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and continued to lie down like a vegetable. He still had to lie down for a while before he could move. The things he was thinking about just now were also disrupted by this girl's sudden action and confession. Really, this girl, really, this is really, he knew, but just like this girl wanted to hide it and didn't want to express her feelings, he also didn't express his feelings as she wished. But it would be fine if it was a normal time. But just now, he really couldn't hold it in. It was because he couldn't hold it in that he opened his mouth and said something. Don't chase after her. Oh, you can't move now, and I can't move either. The words of the little angel, who was obviously in a confused state, came, and Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They still had to lie here, and they couldn't even move. How could they chase after her? The little angel thought of a topic. When did you know about Jing Yuanji's feelings? Very early, 5 years ago, or even earlier. The little angel was stunned. Even earlier? Didn't you only know her in the 51st era? Well, that's true, but Jing Yuanji had joined us even earlier than that. More than 10 eras ago, when our range of activities was still limited to the realm of the gods, she had already joined us. Yun Nuoshing said with a tone that didn't know what he was trying to say. I knew her. Well, that's all I knew. We just met once, in a hurry. We didn't greet each other or get to know each other, so we didn't have any interactions after that. That's right, that's the extent of my knowledge. At that time, I didn't even know her name, and I didn't know what she was doing here. Oh, at that time, your emotional deficit was even more serious than it is now. What emotional deficit? Do you really think that I have this kind of thing when I'm in an abnormal state? Or do you think that when I'm in a normal state, I'm really normal? The little angel was speechless. This guy is quite self-aware, and he doesn't hold back when he's mocking himself. From what she remembered, his situation in this era was actually more serious, especially in the early days. Just like what he said, he fell from the sky and wandered around the world since he was 7 or 8 years old. He stumbled around and encountered countless terrible things. For a normal person, this kind of experience was partially lacking. For example, he wandered alone from a young age and lost the concept of family, loved ones, and so on. In addition, he was often unlucky enough to encounter all kinds of terrible things, which led to his loss of trust in the world. So, he gradually became indifferent and more ruthless. Little by little, he became crazy and didn't take anything seriously. However, this didn't make him feel the existence of these things more clearly. Unlike some people, because they knew that they were never treated sincerely and because they lacked family, friendship, and love from a young age, they could feel it more clearly and cherish it more. Under the condition that their essence remained unchanged, they could still treat others with sincerity and cherish everything they had. However, this was only one of the trends. As for Little Star, his trend was another. He simply got rid of all that part of himself. It wasn't entirely correct to say that he got rid of it all. It would be more appropriate to say that he kept it all in his heart. After all the terrible things he encountered could give him a painful blow at the most opportune moment. Expecting him to treat everything sincerely while maintaining his essence unchanged was almost like a joke. From then on, come and go in a hurry, walk with the wind, cover your ears, and don't love anyone became his label. Until now, he tended to be indifferent to emotional matters. It didn't matter if he had it or not. He wouldn't die if he lacked one or two emotions, and he wouldn't die if he lacked the emotions he received from others. Neither would stop him from charging at those who deserve to die. This was the case with his own emotions. However, this was just a superficial question of having or not having it. To be more specific, as mentioned earlier, some people kept their essence unchanged due to their lack of self, so they cherished everything. He was no exception. He would also cherish the true emotions that others poured into him. That's it. He just cherished it. He cherished it very, very much. Other than that, if he wanted to, he would try to respond. However, he would use a more troublesome and strenuous method to respond. All he could do was to respond. This was also the unified method he used to treat everyone. That's right, everyone. He only responded to the emotions that everyone poured into him with a simple and pure response. Just like a newly created life form that didn't seem very smart. If you poked him, he would poke you back. However, the strength of the poke was generally judged by his own standards. Basically, it would not be less than the strength of the first poke. If he did nothing and just left it like that, he would just leave it like that until the end of time and the end of the void. This was the closest evaluation she could make of him after so many years as a subsoul. At first, it sounded like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In short, it was a passive response. You didn't say what you meant by earlier. The little angel suddenly thought of this rather important question and hurriedly asked, "That was even earlier. I was a person who didn't have much of a sense of existence. Oh, thing. After we and everyone decided on the second priesthood in the divine realm, no one actually knew that I was the observer. Everyone first knew about the existence of this priesthood. It was only a long time later that they knew that this priesthood was right next to them, although this had a little to do with how I acted. For example, I basically didn't show up in public. For example, I didn't show up no matter how big or small the occasion was. Basically, I had nothing to do with me. Basically, I relied on Hui to convey any important matters to me directly. When I acted alone, I always felt that it was troublesome for me to act in a group. Sometimes Hui wanted to ask me to go with him, but I would dislike him for a while. Ugh, I couldn't resist his coaxing and pestering. Occasionally, I would go out with two people. However, two people was the bottom line. If another person squeezed in, I might just run away and do things alone. You're just being autistic, aren't you? How is that possible? I didn't become autistic even after fighting the underworld for 5 eras and being targeted by the primordial god and the concept body of chaos. What happened in the divine realm could make me autistic. Yin Nuashin grinned and sighed. At the time, I simply didn't talk to anyone at all. You know that I was more, that in the early days, more that than when I was shackled in ancient times. Moreover, I often said things like, I hate this world, or I'm going to destroy order and the void. You know that I wasn't just saying that for fun. I really did have that. Little grudge and disgust. Even if I knew that they were my own people, I wasn't willing to come into contact with them unless I was very familiar with them. It wasn't out of fear or any other reason. It was just pure unwillingness and resistance. Later, as I gradually let go of my resistance, it became a level where you could say that I was lazy. Then, we simply went along with my way of doing things and gave me the name of the divine domain. That was how Observer was decided. Sometime after that, a very grand ceremony was held. Well, people from several neighboring worlds and hundreds of thousands of planets with life came to join in the fun. It was a celebration after a large group of foreign fools and public enemies were dealt with. The little angel thought for a moment and said, "That time when you didn't show up after you were done helping backstage and complained that it was too noisy. Actually, I did show up after that. When we and the others were giving a passionate speech, I secretly showed my face, but I was shocked by the countless onlookers, and the whole speech only lasted 22 seconds. Huh. You didn't hear wrong. I did show up, but I stood in the corner and was probably treated as a handyman." Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and said seriously, "After that, I even sat at the host's table for a while. I was the only one at the table, and everyone around me was having fun. We and the others ran around to play. Then no one paid attention to me. The host's table was placed in a very conspicuous place on a high platform. At first, I was worried that I would be looked at and pointed at when I sat there, but in the end, no one paid attention to me at all. The little angel, that was too miserable, wasn't it? It was also at that time that I noticed a line of sight. In fact, I vaguely felt that someone was looking at me before. It was the same line of sight, and it was hidden very well. It was so good that when I got up and was about to leave, that line of sight changed a little. That was when I really caught the line of sight from where it came from. That doesn't mean that no one noticed it, right?" Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment and said softly, "That line of sight belonged to Yuanji." Of course, at that time, I only noticed that there was someone in the crowd who hurriedly turned around and blended into the crowd after I got up. I didn't know who she was, whom I had only met twice. Well, to be precise, it was a meeting and a glance. We just glanced at each other in the crowd, and that girl hurriedly left. The little angel couldn't help but say, "This meeting and this glance has been entangled for more than 10 eras. Yun Nuashing made an inexplicable sound in response. "This was also my judgment later. After all, I really met Yuan Ji in the 51st era. Speaking of which, I changed a little in the 51st era. Although I also had an indifferent attitude towards everything, it was more likely that I couldn't stand Huey's nagging for a long time. So I tried to change a little bit. I started to do things that were not quite the same as before and started to go out and fight. Although at the beginning, no one knew who I was. What happened later? Later on, you came after a while, and there's no need to talk about what happened after that." The little angel suddenly felt a sense of death. This was the change process of pseudo-autism. Although this autistic patient was not really autistic. She did not know how to put it. Anyway, this person had been very defensive from the beginning to the end. She thought for a moment and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had hidden her feelings for more than 10 eras, and I didn't expect that she would suddenly reveal it. Although you knew it yourself, but according to what you said, if you knew it but did not say it out loud, then it was as if nothing had happened. If you did not say it out loud, then it was not fixed. My speech does not have to be in this aspect, not in the expression of emotions. You have to know that many people in this world can express their emotions, but being unable to express does not mean that it does not exist. Using this standard is too harsh. My speech refers to some trivial things that are guessed back and forth. Based on what I know now, it is the trivial matters of origin and chaos, and the matters related to the 2B asterisk stars who defected from the void of order. It's just that if you don't say it out loud, then it's as if you don't intend to change something like that. But once you say it out loud, change is almost unstoppable. The little angel suddenly chuckled. "Are you talking about yourself?" Yin Nuashing was silent for a few seconds and muttered weakly, "Don't you know it?" He felt that if he made fun of her a few more times, he would get angry. After all, he had just unintentionally stumbled upon something and made it an irreversible fact. His heart was still pounding. If he teased her a few more times, then, anyway, the little angel simply changed the topic. So, silly little star, what should we do now? Accidentally find out about Jing Yuanji's feelings or something? Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. He let out a long sigh and suddenly gave an irrelevant answer. It's time to get up and work. Although I want to say this, I can't even get up now. Let's wait a little longer. The little angel was startled. Are you not going to pay attention to it this time? Of course not. Yun Nuoxing sighed again and again. His lifespan had been decreasing rapidly in the past few days. I know these things. I know. I've known it for a long time, whether these things are exposed or not. I know it and I know it. They have already affected me. Pay attention to it. I must pay attention to it. It's because I know it. It's because I have a lot of people around me that I miss. It's because I know all of this that I want to change the destined ending. The fate hanging in the void is too heavy. The fixed fact can't be touched or changed. The ending I want is still far away. It's just a joke. So, at least from this step, I have to start fighting. The little angel couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was silent and couldn't make a sound. See, this was his clumsy way of responding. He didn't chase after her to clarify things, nor did he immediately chase after her to have a heart-to-heart talk. Instead, he pushed it to the point of investigating whether the ending could be changed or not. By his own standards, the response was very, very pure. It was because he knew all of this that he hoped that they, who poured their emotions on him, who he cherished and treasured, could live well. This was the answer he obtained from the course of his life. This was the answer he obtained. It was a crazy answer. It was filled with heaviness and depression. She could see that all the good things that he had received would become a heavy burden in the face of the broken ending. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy the course and the good things that a normal life should have. It was just that he couldn't choose to touch it, just like the heavenly god of origin. When the order void was about to stabilize, she gave up on everything. That was because she knew, just like him, that it was nothing more than a moment of joy and false peace. It didn't matter if she felt guilty or not. What she wanted to know was the truth, the cruelest truth that was right in front of the entire void. It was a truth that no life form of order could escape from. They chose to face this truth head-on. They were willing to give up everything for it. Chapter 1939. In this world, there were many ways to express one's love to others. As long as one's mind was not slippery, there would always be different ways to express one's feelings. However, words and the like were more or less the same. It was just a different way to express one's feelings. It was only limited to the verbal transmission between humans or beings that looked like humans. Things like, until the end of time, the seas dry up, the rocks crumble, you wait for me, I wait for you, your life, my life, if that. There were too many. There was no need to go into detail, as there were too many to count. Besides, if she were to think about all of these, her stomach would probably hurt to death. And that was not even counting the variety of responses. If she were to count them, she would definitely vomit them out from Little Star's soul. Because her stomach really did hurt, there were more expressions and responses to stomach pain than normal. She did not know why, but perhaps everyone liked a sense of ritual. Then, Little Star's response suddenly appeared and became an oddity. Just like how he had been plucked out of the void by the heavenly god of origin, his answer could also be picked out and formed an outline of its own. I like you, then you have to live on. The first part was what Jing Yuanji had said, and the second part was Little Xingxing's answer. Yes, that was the answer. Anyway, he didn't know how to say it. He didn't know how many steps he had taken to come up with this answer. He just didn't know. Perhaps it was because he paid more attention to the ending than the process. He knew that the ending was right in front of him. The established fact was the biggest shackle of the void. He wanted to break through this shackle. This was the ending he wanted. Before he changed, his judgment of everything here was meaningless. The process was meaningless in the face of an ending that could not be continued because even the traces of failure could not be left behind. Just like how there were almost no traces of the mythological era and the Dark Age in the future, everything that had existed had been wiped out by the void. No one knew what had happened. Everything had disappeared completely, and after the Dark Age ended, he still had to continue on his endless journey of reincarnation, going on and on without knowing the destination or the end. If he carried too many beautiful memories, well, maybe he would go even crazier. The overly deep and heavy obsession was so heavy that no one could bear it. Even he himself could not bear it, but he still insisted on holding on and continuing to add weight to it. What a fool! Yun Nuoshing was still struggling on the bed, trying to move. All kinds of bad reasons made him look no different from a frail mortal. Although he didn't collapse to the point of directly lying down in the spiritual temple, if he was really carried there, others wouldn't find anything wrong with him going to the spiritual temple. They could even book him a bed for urgent treatment. In such a weak state, the only thing that could be said was that he wasn't dead yet. Everything else was as bad as it could be. It would be better to directly go back to the spiritual temple for major repairs, although it might take a few 100 million more time. Lying on his side on the bed, Yun Nuoshing shivered as he howled and panted for quite a while. It took a Herculean effort for Yun Nuoshing to crawl up. After doing this, he bent over and panted for a while, waiting to recover some of his physical strength and spirit. Only then did he slowly place his hand on his chest bit by bit. Then he suddenly pressed in and dug inside for a while, pulling out a purple softball from his chest. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were startled when they saw what he took out. After a few seconds of silence, he could not help but ask, "How did this girl get into my soul? Wasn't she in the spiritual world just now?" The little angel thought for a while and said, "Little purple soul has a bad sleeping posture." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. No, this was not something that could be brushed aside just because she had a bad sleeping posture. These were two completely different things. Although this girl's sleeping posture was not very good, if it was during the 139th era, when he woke up in the morning, he would basically see this girl lying in all kinds of strange positions, in all kinds of strange places, and all kinds of things that would be in the room would be wrapped around her body. He just did not expect that she would be able to crash into his soul this time. Speaking of which, before he woke up, he struggled for a long time with a cotton candy that almost suffocated him. Yes, the cotton candy was purple. He seemed to have suddenly woken up because he could not hold it in any longer. Logically speaking, he would have to lie down for a while. He felt that he had found the culprit. Hey, the crack in your soul. It's not completely healed. The little angel suddenly exclaimed. Yun Nuoshing shuddered when he heard it. He replied while letting part of his consciousness go into the soul. It's not that easy to heal. I just sewed it back. Now, we have to wait. Wait, don't tell me it's cracked again. Cracked? No. The little angel looked at the crack and shook her head. It's just, it's not healed. The slit in his soul was now a shallow wound. It was a shallow wound that Xiao Dao had accidentally cut on his arm. He could barely see that his skin had split a little on both sides. At this moment, origin energy was surging on the surface of the slit in his soul, trying to speed up its healing. And in the midst of it, there seemed to be another aura that was not the same as the aura that was surging. Mixed in with the origin energy was a purple energy that looked like a nebula. countless twinkling stars were flickering along with the energy covering the surface of the soul crack with a colorful nebula. It looked quite gorgeous. Why do you have to deliberately remind me that it's gorgeous? Do you still have to consider if the bandage is beautiful enough? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at the little angel. He carefully looked at the purple nebula-like energy mixed in with the origin energy. Although it's beautiful, this seems to be the aura of little purple soul. She probably woke up and saw that I was half dead, so she went in to help. Well, with the help of this little girl, the healing speed will be faster. What a magical property! She can actually barely heal a concept-level wound. The little angel remembered something when Howard mentioned it. Speaking of which, little purple soul seems to have not been active for a long time. It's probably been 1 or 2 eras. She has been sleeping there without moving or reacting, probably because she's still in the growth phase, so she's sleepy. It's normal for her to sleep for 3 to 5 eras. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He walked around the soul crack and felt that there was no problem. Then, he let his consciousness return to its original position. He looked down at the ball in his hand that seemed to be still sleeping. A special creation of the realm of the gods. Well, we still don't know what little purple soul's characteristics are. So, we can only assume that she's still in the growth phase and sleeping. You see, in the 139th era, little purple soul was still small. It seemed like she never grew up, although growing up is just a concept to her, and it would only take her a short while to change her body shape. She instinctively maintained her body shape. In short, she was unwilling to grow up. You can just treat it as her growing for dozens of eras before she finally succeeded in her transformation. The little angel was speechless. This growth phase is really long, as expected of a creation of the realm of the gods. She's also a creation of the heavenly god of origins, right? Yun Nuashing shook the ball in his hand and nodded. All creations that are related to the realm of the gods are more or less related to the heavenly god of origins. The only thing that needs to be distinguished is the extent of the connection. As for this little girl, well, although she doesn't have the origin energy or the origin law, the energy and law that she's nurtured are actually quite similar to them. If we were to judge by the standards of that, this little girl should be a second generation, no, a first generation successor. Little star, you've been led astray. You're starting to speak in riddles, the little angel said. Ahem, that's the standard that the heavenly god of origins and Swayfoam use to judge a first generation successor. I've just woken up, and my soul is still split open. My brain isn't working very well right now, so it's normal for me to speak in riddles. The little angel looked around the mansion and found that it wasn't affected, so she sat down beside the flower bed, stretched and yawned. Just as she was about to say hello and lie down to rest for a while, she suddenly sensed another presence. She raised her head slightly and looked away. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, "Oh, an idiot has finally returned. He's actually 3 days late." "What? Who's back?" Just as Yun Nuashing muttered to himself, he suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. A chilly aura came from behind him like a gust of wind, causing him to shiver. It only took a moment for him to know who had returned. He endured the needle-like pain all over his body and tried to turn his head. But before he could turn his head halfway, he saw a head of long bluish-white hair brushing against his face from the corner of his eye. Then a pair of soft arms wrapped around him, and a cold figure suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. He's so cold. He was a patient right now. A patient. This temperature was simply too frightening. He felt as if an ice sculpture had wrapped around him. "Little star, are you all right?" Yun Nuashing shivered. "Shuang shuang, if you can retract your cold or I'll feel a little better. Yes. A cry of surprise came from beside his ear. The girl first looked at his situation, and after noticing that there was something wrong with his condition, she quickly retracted the cold air that she had subconsciously released. Slightly embarrassed, she said, I just hurried back, so I didn't notice. Then her tone changed. You're so weak. Have you not fully recovered after the chaos transformation? For now, I've been like this for a while, but it's not a big problem. The major issues have been dealt with, and the rest is just waiting for time to recover. Yun Nuoshing reached behind his head and patted Shuang's head with difficulty. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Shuang hugged him tightly with both hands. When she spoke again, her voice seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with this feeling of relief. It seemed that his Chaos Half-Day Tour had caused a lot of people to be on tenterhooks, and it had also caused everyone to be worried. Yun Nuoshing laughed and changed the topic. Where have you been all this time? A few days ago, when I was looking for you, there was no news at all. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were speechless. As expected, every time this little girl came back, she would be exhausted and waiting to sleep. This time was no exception. They did not know where this little girl had gone. It took them 3 days to rush back in the void. He even suspected that if it was not for the highest level of transmission of the message, it would not have been able to pass the message to Shuang, who had run off to who knows where. Yun Nuoshing asked the little angel to help drag the exhausted girl into the soul world. He struggled to lie back on the bed and looked at the little purple soul in his arms. He thought for a moment and stuffed her back into his chest. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Girl, are you okay now? The little angel had just settled Shuang down. When she heard this, she was startled and subconsciously wanted to yawn, but she quickly suppressed it. I'm fine. After leaving the soul fusion state, I recovered very quickly. Now I can move a little. What's wrong? What do you want to do? Oh, it's not a big deal. Yun Nuoshing found a comfortable position to lie down. Look after my soul. I'll use my consciousness to take a look at the source environment. The little angel... No, you're in such a bad state now. Don't mess around. Even if there's something wrong, wait for a while to recover. Besides, what can you find out if you go to the source environment in your current state to explore your own essence? It's hard to say. Maybe I can only do it when I'm in a weak state. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. His expression suddenly became a little dazed, his eyes looking at the ceiling in a daze. Just so, this state. I seem to have faintly felt the calling of Source. I need to go take a look. The little angel could not help but say, I heard that people may have auditory hallucinations when they are extremely weak. I'm not a human, and I'm a higher life form. How can I have auditory hallucinations? At most, some ghostly things will whisper in my ears and hover in front of my eyes like ghosts. I think you're scolding me indirectly. Oh, be more confident and remove the words, I think. I'm talking about those guys. They're the only ones who often talk in my ear and drag me in for no reason. They're the ones who've turned the tables on me. Yun Nuoshing was still joking when he was in pain. After a while, he coughed dryly and said seriously, I think I have to go. This is a rare opportunity. I've tried some methods before, but failed. I don't know if it's because I'm too weak this time, or because of the conceptual scar, or because of the mischievous little purple soul. Anyway, this is an inexplicable opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think it's necessary to go now. But only your consciousness. The little angel was a little anxious. The source environment. I don't trust you to go there with only your consciousness. I'll go too, Don't worry, I'll go with you. My soul will be in a state of fusion with you. If anything happens, I'll be able to pull you back immediately. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. Well, that's fine. Wait, 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 wait. Just as he nodded, he immediately shook his head. The little angel who was about to prepare was stunned. No, you really can't go this time. I'm not trying to be brave. It's like this. He told her a little about the source environment. The little angel was speechless. She lowered her head and pulled her silver-white hair. She could not help but sigh. Is that so? We're restricted by the source environment. I'll be fine, but I'm worried that you'll be in trouble. Even if my consciousness is fused with yours, the probability of something happening to me is very small. If something really happens, I should be able to save you. But, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to you when you go there. In our current weak state, even if something happens, we might not be able to guarantee our safety when the source environment becomes violent. Yin Nuashing nodded and sighed softly. Luckily, he suddenly remembered what she said. If he had just nodded and dragged her over, he would have been in deep trouble. Since we're restricted by the source environment, there's no other way. The little angel sighed softly. She whispered in a soft voice with a hint of reluctance, I'll just watch the house this time. I'll grab your soul. In return, you have to be careful. This little girl's mood was subtle. I know, Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. I'll leave it to you. Watch my soul. I'll be back soon. His consciousness leaving his soul and body was like being exiled into a strange space when he had a severe breakdown. He could not see anything. Only when he was close to waking up would he have a clearer consciousness. At other times, he would be in a state of drowsiness. That's right, he was familiar with that kind of situation. After all, he had not experienced a severe breakdown many times, but it was enough for him to be completely familiar with this kind of situation. If he really wanted to know how many times he had a severe breakdown, about 100 times. He had encountered so many things in more than a dozen eras and did not roll into the road of reincarnation. He had only paused for a period of more than 100 times for a period of time. The result was already quite good. Well, anyway, he just endured it and endured it. Habits were indeed a very scary thing. This was a land of deep darkness. The darkness was like a pool of stagnant water that looked calm. It was like a magma lake. When it was not active, it looked quite calm, but it was emitting light. When it was violent, its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. This place was very similar to the void. In fact, if one looked at the void, the nothingness and the origin from a normal perspective, all one could see was pure darkness. Whether one was a high-level life form or not, that was all they could see. If they wanted to see more, they had to use other methods. They had to use a method to guide their own vision and cognition. They tried to disguise their vision as the void, the nothingness, or even the vision of the origin, pretending that they were looking at themselves. This way, they could see the situation more clearly. This was just looking. If they wanted to go further, it would depend on themselves. There was no unified method to go further. Everyone used their own methods to analyze and understand the void and the nothingness, and the answers they got were basically different. The origin environment and the void were both pure black. However, the origin environment did not do anything to create things. It was just a pure and nasty, he did not know what it was used for. Perhaps its existence here was not important. It was just like an inconspicuous decoration hanging in the corner of a festive season. Perhaps the void was actually diluted from the origin. The origin environment first turned into the nothingness environment under certain conditions, and the nothingness environment then turned into the void under certain conditions. Only then did the void have the possibility to create and combine billions of things in the world. Perhaps that was the case. He just thought of it, but it could also be a forced addition of drama between the nothingness and the origin. I digress. Anyway, let the origin environment manifest first. Wait a minute. This method was effective on both the void and the nothingness environment, but the origin environment. He had never come into contact with this thing before. He was not sure if it would work. He had seen the scene where the calm lava lake would turn upside down with just a slight movement. He was really scared at that time. Now that he had just regained his consciousness and his body had not recovered, he was a little scared, although he had been forcefully confirmed by her that he would not be killed by the origin environment. But as long as the origin environment did not suddenly go berserk and cause a series of environmental anomalies, he would be fine in his weak chicken form. In short, he would deal with it according to the method used to deal with the void and the nothingness. The world will be displayed before you. There were people who liked to call it that before, although it was the same whether they called it that or not. Spots of light began to light up in the darkness, and with the light as the center, it was as if the world was expanding in front of him. With a burst of energy, the chaotic world barrier was completely frozen after the impact of the impact. Then it was pushed by the burst of energy and kept expanding. The blazing star inside kept flashing and releasing countless rays of light, like a continuous explosion of a supernova. Facing this change in the void was not as shocking as seeing the moment of creation in the world. I digress. Although it looked like the situation, the so-called burst of energy was just a description. It was not really caused by doing anything to the origin environment, or he would have been torn apart by the impact of the explosion. To be more specific, it was to dye one's vision, as if in a pure black environment, one dyed certain existences with a different color than black to make them stand out. As a result, the world before his eyes changed. His vision was still occupied by a large area of blackness. Overall, the source environment was made up of 50% broken and chaotic laws, while the other 50% was the source itself. The two were not evenly distributed, just like the situation before his eyes. 70 to 80% of his vision was black, and the things that were not black only occupied a portion of his vision. Furthermore, they were separated into a dozen regions by the massive blackness, separated and untouchable like small bubbles. The dyeing was not particularly successful. He could only distinguish the parts that were different from the black. It was as if he was drawing a bunch of blurry borders with very light gray-white lines, wrapping them into irregular spheres like mud balls. They were not sealed spheres, but just like a sphere that was not fully painted. Therefore, he could see that the inside of the lines was still black. Although his senses could tell that there was a difference between the latter and the black, it seemed that this method of dealing with the void and nothingness would not work against the origin environment. It still needed to be improved, and before he could think of a way to improve, he could only make do with it. Speaking of which, what was black? If it wasn't black, then what was it? Which one was the chaotic state and the fragmented state? Which was the origin itself? It would take a while to deal with that, so let's not talk about the issue of vision for now. After his consciousness arrived at the origin environment, it was indeed relaxing. His entire body was wrapped in a comfortable touch that he did not know how to describe. Should he say that he was submerged in a warm sea or soaking in a hot spring, or that he was wrapped into a ball by a bunch of furry things? It was hard to say. In short, it was relaxing and easy to immerse oneself in it. He did not have such a feeling the last time he traveled with her, which further proved that there was something different about his consciousness coming to the origin environment this time. As for what caused it, it was hard to say for now. The strange feeling when his consciousness returned to the origin environment, trying to touch it, treating it as something similar. Was that what she wanted to tell him? He did not know. He still did not know. Exploring the nature of things was incomparably difficult. Furthermore, he did not even know what he was. His eyes were in the dark, and wherever he went, he had to rely on bumping into things. And he did not feel like moving. It was just like when he first returned to the Dark Age. That was the time when he was still lazy, and he only liked to lie on the clouds leisurely day after day. So I don't want to move. After returning to the origin, this laziness seemed to have returned. It did not seem good if this continued. What? Chapter 1940. Primordial. It was just letting his consciousness return to the primordial environment, as if he had become one with everything that existed here. It was 100% complete, just like a drop of water returning to the sea. No, that wasn't quite right. He thought about it. It should be a drop of water. Forget it. Returning to the sea is returning to the sea. He couldn't describe this strange feeling for the time being. However, when his consciousness merged with the primordial environment, although it was only for a short period of time, he could still accurately sense his own existence as an individual. It was just like the faint grayish-white traces in front of him that were separated by a large pile of black. He could clearly distinguish them. He tried to let his consciousness spread out from his body and tried to touch the source environment. It did not work. His body was still very weak, and he felt like he was about to die. But this idea seemed to work. The source environment did not resist his method, probably just like how he would not resist his own method. It was just that now was not the right time to do this. He was afraid that if he let his consciousness spread out in a weak state, it would be gone. Well, it also proved that he was really related to the source environment. Only something that originally belonged to this place could float his consciousness into the source environment without causing a great disturbance. Other than that, even the consciousness of the Yuanshi realm would be punched and kicked out by the source environment before being lifted up and kicked out. His consciousness could not spread or shift, so he could not use this method to clearly come into contact with the source's environment. However, it seemed that he could still move a little. He tried to move around for a while, and when he found that there were no obstacles, he began to wander around the quiet source's environment. He was like a ball of cotton fluttering in the wind, that relaxed and comfortable feeling. Well, it was very relaxed and comfortable. He could feel himself becoming more and more relaxed. He was almost back to the lazy state he was 5 eras ago. Now, he was really relaxed. It had been 5 eras, and he had not been able to relax during these 5 eras. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to relax. Normally, he would have strangled this feeling to death as soon as it was born. However, in this place, when his consciousness returned to the original environment, he seemed to be able to sense that the time here was not in sync with the real time flowing in the sea of time. It was slow. Well, he did not know exactly how slow it was. Anyway, it was slow. Since time was slightly slower, then he should take a break, which he had not seen for a long time. The creepy feeling started when he heard a vague voice. He was still relaxed just a moment ago, but in the next moment, he jumped and looked around vigilantly. The place that he scanned with his consciousness was pitch black and gray. There was nothing else. The environment was silent, and there were no signs of movement. That feeling just now was more like an overreaction. Could it be that something still existed in this godforsaken source environment? What else was floating here other than him? Or was it really, as that girl had said, that he was hallucinating or something? It couldn't be, right? That shouldn't be the case. How old are you to talk about auditory hallucinations? It's impossible. It doesn't exist. You're here. Long time no see. That voice sounded again, this time from the depths of his mind. He heard it clearly. This time, he definitely heard it clearly. At the same time, there was also a burst of sound that scared him. His brain buzzed for a moment, and it was also when this buzzing sound reverberated, he felt his memory suddenly become blurry. A memory that originated from a long time ago was suddenly released from the dusty box, gushing out. He seemed to have heard this voice before, 5 eras ago. Yes, it was at that time. It was on a whim, when he went to the little angel's old home. The moment he passed through the world barrier, his consciousness left his body and ran into the void. Then he heard a voice that kept muttering in his ear. It muttered, return, familiarity, who are you, who am I, and so on. Until now, it had already been buried in the bottom of his heart, and he had never mentioned it again. After all, it was a memory from a very long time ago. And the main thing was that it had no beginning or end, and it made him confused, so he could only pack it up and throw it aside to collect dust. The void. Thinking about it this way, was it really his consciousness that ran into the void? After that, he let his consciousness wander around the void, but he did not hear that voice again. And this time, not long after his consciousness ran into the source environment, the voice that he had forgotten for 5 eras sounded again. It was as if it had always been in the source environment, and it still remembered him. In other words, back then his consciousness was actually thrown into the source environment. Due to some inexplicable reason, he was thrown into the source environment. The source environment and the void were of the same color, and if he did not use his current perspective to observe, he would not be able to tell the difference between the two. And back then, he did not know what the source environment was, and did not even know that it existed. He mistakenly thought that he was looking at the void, and did not expect that he had actually barged into the source environment. Then could it be something in the source environment? Was it also something that remained in the source environment? Was it also the source derivative that was born in the source environment? Was that why he felt a faint sense of familiarity between them? Was the number of people in their clan going to double? The possibility was not small, but just like how he did not know what he was, he did not know what it was in front of him. Although it could be a source derivative, as well, there were many types of such things, just like how there were billions of types of void derivatives. This time, just like the first time he saw it, he could not find where it was in the source environment. Although he was still trying to find it, he could not find even a trace of it. The source environment was pitch black all around. There were no shadows, no waves of aura, and no other traces. Just hearing that voice suddenly descend into his consciousness was strange enough. You don't have to look for me. The distance between us is very far, very far. It's not just distance, but it's not a problem, because I will look for you. I will look for you. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. There it was again. It suddenly rang in his consciousness like a ghost story. He was scared out of his wits because of this damned nagging. Look for him, look for him. Could it really be that this fellow was on the way to look for him? Traveling across 5 eras to come all the way here. Then where has it run off to now? Was it arriving soon? If it was arriving soon, should he prepare to receive the guest? After all, it could very well be another of his race. At the very least, they could all be from the source environment. Throwing away the unreliable nagging in his mind, Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and asked, "Who are you?" "Who? I don't know. Who am I? Who are you?" "You are Feng Ling. I remember you. I remember you." Well, it wasn't just for show that it remembered him after 5 eras. It really did remember his name, this muddle-headed fellow, but he still didn't know who it was or what it was like him. However, it seemed to be less muddle-headed than it was 5 eras ago. Was it a little less muddle-headed than it was 5 eras ago? It seemed to be a little more clear-headed, or was it just an illusion? There's Not much time left. There's no time. Its voice rang again, and it seemed to be mumbling to itself, I will find you. I need to find you, but now is not the time. I still need to. Let's meet again. Next time. Next time, I will be able to find you, just like how it suddenly appeared. The voice suddenly disappeared after leaving behind a concluding sentence. As the voice in the depths of his consciousness gradually faded, he felt that the source environment had suddenly become a quiet and dead place. The surroundings were still alternating between black and gray. There were also faint traces of activity, but the activity was very slow and not very obvious. Yun Nuoshing was stunned and silent for a long time. After confirming that the voice had completely disappeared, he became even more silent. He was confused and did not know what was going on. The conversation last time was not logical, and this conversation was still not logical. Well, fundamentally speaking, another thing that seemed to be related to the source, and he suspected that it was also a derivative of the source. If it wanted to visit him, he would welcome it. After all, it was possible that they were of the same race, so he should at least meet it. However, since it said that he could not find it, then he would just open the door and let it come to him. He would just wait here, and when they met, he would just turn around and have a cup of tea. But what it said about not having much time, forget it. He could not just hold on to that sentence. It could refer to many things. Who knew if the not having much time, it said, and the not having much time, he thought it was the same thing. This stupid thing in the void always had no beginning and no end. After wandering around the source environment for a while and waiting patiently for a while, he felt that it would not appear again. Probably because he had kept his consciousness in the source environment for a long time, the lazy and comfortable feeling floating in his consciousness had faded a little. What replaced it was a slight tiredness, as if he was not interested in anything. It was as if it was reminding him that it was time to leave this place. Girl, pull me back. It was a soft call, and he did not even know if the little angel could hear it. After waiting in the same place for a while, his consciousness began to feel a slight floating sensation. The consciousness that had merged with the source environment quickly left the whole body and rapidly retreated. When he felt that the feeling of the environment had completely faded, he gently opened his eyes. In front of him was still the familiar ceiling. A pair of pure, white wings hung at the corner of his eyes, gently flapping. One of the wings was slightly lowered, and the tip of the wing was gently brushing his cheek. You're awake. The little angel turned her head and bent down slightly. When she saw that he had opened his eyes, she softly said, Oh, I'm awake. Yun Nuoshing reached out and patted her silver-white hair. He took a deep breath and sat up on the bed. This smooth action stunned the little angel. You're not feeling uncomfortable anymore? Just now Yun Nuoshing was also startled when he heard that. It was just a subconscious action. He had forgotten that he was still tortured by the concept-level scar. Now that he looked at it again, the spiritual fissure was still there. It had not healed much, and he could still see a very obvious fissure. However, the tingling sensation in his body that made him shiver had almost completely disappeared. The little angel leaned over and put her forehead on his. Her golden eyes looked straight into his eyes. After a moment of sensing, she was slightly surprised. What did you do in the source environment? Other than the spiritual fissure, I don't feel weak anymore. It seems like I have recovered by 50 to 60%. What did I do? I didn't do anything? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and crossed his arms. I just muttered a few words to a strange voice. After that, I wandered around for a while. Although I tried to do something, I couldn't do anything because I was in a weak state. He told her in detail about the voice he heard when he was wandering in the source environment, and also told her that he heard this voice before he met her. The two stories were separated by 5 eras, but they were basically similar in nature. The girl's expression kept changing as she listened to him. After listening to him, the little angel tilted her head and thought for a moment. If that's the case, do you want to open a special channel in your soul? It's convenient for you to receive guests or something. No, no, no. Besides, who would bring guests into the spiritual world just to receive them? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. If it's something related to the source environment, as I guessed, well, when it comes to me, it will probably find me in a unique way, just like last time. Well, last time, it probably looked for me and dragged me over. This time, I'll just treat it as I was wandering around and accidentally bumped into it. Then I stopped and chatted on the spot. So, the next time will be a formal meeting? Probably, maybe? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. I'm not very sure. Since it said that it will come to me, then I'll just wait. There's nothing I can do if I don't wait. I really can't find it. Although the source environment didn't cause any hindrance to me, well, it also didn't let me familiarize myself with everything on the first try. The path of exploring the essence is still very far away. To sum it up, when he entered the source environment, he encountered a voice and awakened some of the memories that were not useful and were dusty. Other than that, he did not seem to have gained anything from his wandering in the source environment. Oh, that was not the case. After wandering around the source environment for a while, he somehow recovered 50 to 60% of his body. That was considered a gain. Could it be that after entering the source environment, his recovery speed was faster because his essence was close to the essence? But if he stayed in that place for a long time, his consciousness would feel a little tired. Between the two, he did not know. He did not know. He would weigh the pros and cons next time. Anyway, his instincts told him that he could not use his consciousness to enter the source environment in a short time. Something bad would happen. Well, I've already found the method and the trick. I only found it after I returned, so I'm not in a hurry to enter the source environment again. I'll investigate it in detail next time. Right now, I have to put an end to the farce of the observer destroys the void frontline that almost happened 3 days ago. Do I have to go door to door and apologize? It doesn't seem good to have too many people, but if I use the highest order to apologize, it doesn't seem to be sincere. Seeing him frowning and looking a little embarrassed and bewildered, the little angel immediately understood what he was thinking. She reached out to hold his hand and floated up. She pulled him up from the bed and looked at him in the eyes. Anyway, let's go to the observer space and have a look. You can't just think here, and you don't seem to have any experience in apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Speaking of which, why do I need skills in this area? You see, although my chaos transformation has caused quite a ruckus, I can just treat it as a practice, can't I? Anyway, I was worried that I didn't have a way to mentally prepare everyone to face the chaos concept body in advance, right? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and turned her head away a little embarrassedly. Although what happened 3 days ago is really my fault. I was careless, really careless. It's my fault. I'm guilty. The little angel covered her mouth and chuckled softly before pulling him towards the observer space. Let's go. Anyway, let's go and have a look. The sanctum of creation. Now that the domain of origins had been reforged, a large number of people had gathered here to complete the origin baptism. Greenie, the model worker of the Void Frontline, was the one who led the people here. As for Hui and the others, they were now discussing the matter of the inheritors, the origin baptism, and the matter of identifying the energy of a certain person who was still lying motionless on the bed. Although they said that they would let everyone come again when the time came, They still wanted to take advantage of the 10 days before the baptism to get things done, so that it was not troublesome to run around. What? It can't be done without the key person? That was impossible. They could think of a way to get things done in a roundabout way. When the time came, they would just have to let someone who had brutally beaten up the void frontline imprint his energy into the conceptual creation, and the energy identification would be completed. That was the answer Sui Feng and the others gave. Energy identification was a necessity in their time, or when their goddess and the concept body of chaos fought. All beings of order within the range of their attacks would be killed. They would either be killed by their goddess's attack or by the combined attacks of the two parties. Therefore, their energy identification back then was much better than the crude energy identification created by a certain person who often pressed his own people into the void and the void to accidentally injure them. As for why they only brought it up now, well, they were busy dealing with the Fortress of Origins when they first wanted to do energy identification, so they delayed it. Anyway, they were not in a hurry to do it, since they still had time. Who knew that such a drama would happen halfway? So they had to take the opportunity to put it on the agenda. It's just not easy. Hui looked at the smoking concept creation in his hand and threw it into the domain of origins to melt it. Can this thing really work? Well, be patient. How can it be so easy to fiddle with the goddess's creation? Sui Feng held a spherical concept creation in his hand and muttered as he processed it. You should be glad that this is not a creation made by the goddess that requires origin energy and origin law to process. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. We just have to deal with the problem of the different environmental laws of the two eras. We just have to make some adjustments, and it should be done soon. Brother Lei's eyes widened as he looked at the sphere in his hand that was getting brighter and brighter. Really? Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a crisp explosion suddenly sounded. The explosion and the range of its impact were not large, but it still made everyone turn their heads. Everyone who was receiving the origin baptism also turned to look, and when they saw a plume of black smoke, they all made an "oh" sound. When they were circling around the pillar, they had pinched the sphere and exploded it many times. It was normal, very normal. It was just that the explosion was a little small and not very exciting. It should be the kind that Lord Feng had to pinch and explode, the kind that would make the entire domain tremble. I suddenly thought of a certain explosive. Sui Feng looked at Brother Lei, who was covered in dust, and could not help but sigh. The scene of pinching and exploding a concept creation was so familiar. I wonder if that explosive is still there. Stop it. You're talking about that explosive right now. Didn't you run away 3 days ago in order to escape from reality? Do you want that explosive to destroy the domain of your origin again? I was really smashed silly. I was hit by origin, primal chaos, at close range, and was almost sent to the spiritual temple for a final blow. Huey's face suddenly trembled. When he thought about that day, he remembered the primordial chaos shock that shook his brain evenly. More than 100 consecutive hits almost smashed his soul into the primordial void. Sui Feng and the other second-generation inheritors all trembled. Sui Feng's face was pale, and he smiled bitterly. Logically speaking, let's not talk about what happened 3 days ago. I'm still a little traumatized. I'm really sorry that I've beaten all of you to the point that you're traumatized. A murmur suddenly sounded here, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw a divine figure emitting golden light and another figure quickly walking in side by side. When they saw the two people walking over, everyone was stunned for a moment. Feng. Huey's hand trembled, and he immediately threw away the toy that he had just held in his hand. Like a gust of wind, he spun around twice and rushed in front of Maple. He pressed his hands on Maple's shoulders and looked him up and down. Then He grinned with all his might. You're split in half. How can you get off the bed? Go back and lie down. What's there to lie down for? Yun Nuoshing sighed. Don't worry about the soul crack. It'll heal in a few days. A few days? Sui Feng and the others also threw away the things in their hands and looked at him from head to toe. They were a little confused. This is a wound left by the concept body of primordial chaos, right? It's indeed a scar left behind by the chaotic concept body, a concept-level scar left behind by concept-level power. Previously, there was a huge crack, but now I've stitched it back. It was so painful that I fainted a few times when I was stitching it up. I almost just that. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Seeing that everyone's faces were green and white, she waved her hand carelessly. It's really nothing. After you've stitched it back, you can use the origin energy to slowly heal it. Even if you want someone to interfere, it won't be faster than a thread. Don't look like I'm going to die a heroic death in the next second. No, you've already died a heroic death 3 days ago. You've even volunteered to join the primordial chaos void, although you've only been sightseeing for half an hour. Huey's cheeks twitched slightly as he continued to complain. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and pulled her hand away from the little angel. She then turned her head to look at the other side, and her expression was a little awkward and a little embarrassed. Ah, and what happened that day? Oh, sorry, I've made you guys worry. I was careless. Hui shuddered and quickly jumped back 2 steps. He crossed his arms in front of him and said, Don't do that. It's disgusting. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes fiercely. She knew this guy would react this way. Hui put his hands on his hips. Shouldn't you slap this domain and say, not enough spirit. You guys are not spirited enough. Do you think you can save the primordial chaos void with that? Then you'll use primordial chaos to press all of us to the ground and practice. This time, you'll take on the entire primordial chaos void frontline alone. You see, I've already helped you to gather everyone in the primordial chaos void frontline. You're the only one left. Yun Nuoshing looked at Hui, who was saying this. Her face was so shocked and twisted that it reflected her inner thoughts. Are you regretting that I didn't kill you with a single blow that day? Or are you regretting that you didn't kill me 3 days ago? Or do you think that I should officially announce I'm volunteering to join the primordial chaos void and then kill you instead? Everyone was sweating profusely. They waved their hands and said in unison, No. Ignore him. He's just crazy. As long as everything is fine. Sui Qing came up and looked at him. She nodded and smiled faintly. Welcome back. Yun Nuoshing grinned at her. He looked at the people coming and going in the domain of origin and raised his hand to greet everyone. Hearing everyone greeting him in various tones, he smiled faintly. The primordial chaos void calamity was over. Looking at what they were holding in their hands, he asked Sui Qing, So, what are you all busy with? Energy identification. Well, it's your business. Sui Qing said softly. This time, I've called everyone back from all over the primordial chaos. I want to settle some things before letting them continue with their mission. Sui Qing blinked her starry blue eyes at him. She handed over the thing in her hand and said softly, Although you've just woken up and you're not in a good state, Yun Nuoshing took the thing without a care. I'm here to work. Chapter 1941. Speaking of energy identification, he was actually quite embarrassed. She had mentioned it once, and he had just experienced a certain someone's chaos form violently attacking the front line of the void. Although energy identification had a certain effect, referring to the effect of killing more than 1,000 people and heavily injuring more than 80% of them, it was very effective. That was because the effect of energy identification was weakened after the transformation into chaos. That was why air, all right. It was indeed because they were not prepared that led to such a magnificent battle result. Ahem, what he meant was that the casualties were so ridiculous. After all, it was his first time dealing with such a matter, and he didn't have much experience. In the past, when he released the 3 forms of nothingness in the front lines, he would first ensure that all the impact would be directed at the enemies in front of him. The part of the attack that couldn't be avoided was actually only about 20 to 30% of its power. After all, it was a true indiscriminate attack, and it was impossible to completely avoid it. That 20 to 30% of the attack's power could be offset by a corresponding barrier of order, and with his own defensive power, basically everyone would be able to block it. Moreover, with the support of the domain of order, everyone would at most be pushed into nothingness to take a bath, and would be able to return after swimming for a bit. But this time, he released all his power to the entire region. If not for Huey's head against his face to block those few origin of primal chaos, there would probably still be people lying in the spiritual temple. That was why he wasn't suited for group actions. His attacks were almost all indiscriminate and wide-range attacks. It was a skill that was tailor-made for destruction and destruction. With this kind of attack, when he was performing on the stage, he could casually use the 3 forms of nothingness, and the audience and the entire auditorium would sink into nothingness. That was the extent of it. That's why he felt a bit awkward. In the past, he was used to acting alone, so he didn't have any misgivings. But now he needed to cooperate with everyone, so he had to think of a way to prevent everyone from drowning in his heavy attacks. Only by ensuring that would he be able to act without any misgivings. Returning to the original topic, the concept of energy identification that he had created with Hui was actually borrowing the power of concepts. He had used the power of concepts to guide it into his soul. If possible, he would place it at the root of his structure, or in his soul as well. When it sensed that his energy was released on a large scale, the concept and rule power that he had borrowed with his aura would jump out and counteract the energy that rushed to his face as an energy of the same origin, reducing the damage that should have been caused. To put it simply, I will defend against my own power. That was how simple it was in theory, but when it was actually put into practice, well, after being transformed into chaos, this thing was basically unreliable. Even changing the form of energy was the same. It was a bit hard to defend against. Actually, Fengling, you've made sufficient preparations to deal with normal situations. Sui Qing whispered to him. It's just that, your body's condition is not normal. You have several forms, and your energy will also change according to your form, showing the forms of order and chaos. Only one concept, and the power of laws can be used to identify the energy, and it can only defend against the power released by one of your forms. So, the energy identification used by the heavenly god of origin, and the others can completely prevent a situation like mine from happening? Yun Nuoxing looked at the object in his hand. This object was a hollow spherical object formed by spherical fulcrums connected to each other by rods. The center was connected to a sphere that was 2 or 3 times larger than the spherical fulcrums. However, the sphere in the center looked a little off. This is an incomplete version. Sui Qing tilted her head slightly, a little embarrassed. This object is connected to the laws of the environment. The situation we know about it was created using the laws of the environment of our era. With the passage of time, we need to adjust the laws of the environment and replace them with the laws of the environment of this time. However, we also need to take into account its own structure, so it's not that simple. Yun Nuoxing placed it on his hands, coiled it up and down, and mobilized the power of origin and order at the same time. His eyes also emitted a little luster. However, just as he started to move, His body stiffened for a moment. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he took a step to the right and carefully used his elbow to touch the little angel who was looking around. The little angel immediately turned her head and saw the hint in his eyes. Seeing the way he was mobilizing the energy in his hands, she immediately understood. She turned around and hugged him with open arms. Half of her body hung behind him, and her wide white wings wrapped around the two of them. Then she whispered in his ear, with a hint of reproach in her voice, "You're forcing yourself again, idiot!" "Ah, just a little, just a little. It's not a big problem." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Letting the little angel stabilize his soul, Yun Nuoshing began to use the usual methods to deal with it. At the same time, he could also touch the laws of the mythological era from this half-transformed creation. However, it was only a part of the laws of the environment and probably would not be of use. Anyway, it was better to record it down first. Just in case it was useful, it did not take much time to figure out the structure of this energy creation. The problem was, as she said, the root of the structure. To be precise, it was the laws of the environment in the root of the structure. He had to adjust the laws of the environment that belonged to the mythological era to the laws of the Dark Age. Well, if it was possible, he had to specifically adjust it to the laws of the Void frontline at this time. This was not as easy as replacing parts with parts. Depending on the size and nature of the parts, the entire creation might have to be rebuilt, and the resulting thing might be very different from the original. It sounded very troublesome to dismantle and rebuild everything. If possible, he would prefer to directly replace the important parts. Then, he would be able to make it move without spending too much effort. That was just wishful thinking. For the time being, he had an idea of how to deal with it. In fact, the best way was the troublesome one he had just thought of. Dismantle it until only the root of the structure or the core of the structure was left. After replacing the laws of the environment, he would put them back together. Although the final appearance would definitely change, at least it was done, but the structure of this thing felt a little precise, and it gave him a feeling that something would happen if he simply dismantled a pole. He gently broke off a pole, and suddenly energy surged. A blinding light burst out from the ball in his hand, startling him. Huh! Boom! The entire domain of origin trembled violently. Everyone turned their eyes to the place where the colorful smoke was billowing. When they saw an observer coming out from there fanning himself, they all let out a long "oh" in their hearts. The sound of this explosion was right. They were used to it. Its structure is very simple. The various structures are embedded together with order, rules, and energy. It is very sturdy. If you simply dismantle it, it may... Sui Qing came from the side and handed him another spherical creation in her hand. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. "I have already tried. The gods in this creation. Oh, where did the rules of your era come from? There are records in the sanctum of creation, the sanctum of creation, and the sanctum of origin. It seems to be engraved in the root of the structure and can be extracted and used through a certain method." Sui Qing looked down at the ball. "At present, the only way we know is to create a creation with the rules of the environment. Although it reproduces the rules of the environment of our era, it is not useful. After all, it is only a fragmented part. It is incomplete and useless." Well, the whimsical idea that just came up was dispelled because of this sentence. The core of the three buildings hid the rules of the environment of the mythological era. He had never thought of such a thing. If he could move it out as a whole, well, it should be impossible. When he dismantled the core of the sanctum of origin, he did not feel any rules of the mythological era. It was probably hidden in the innermost part of the core, hidden in a place that he could not reach. For the time being, he did not care about the rules of the mythological era. Now, he had to deal with this ball-like thing. For the time being, he had figured out the structure and knew that this thing was not linked to the origin energy and the origin rules. It was a very high-level creation of the rules of order that could be made by someone else with 1,000,000,000 points of effort. Then, he could be a little more reckless. Okay, it's done. After a few minutes, the voice that came out stunned Sui Qing. Hui and the others heard the voice and turned to look dumbfounded. They threw away the half-finished product in their hands and squeezed to Feng Luo's side. They stared at the thing in Feng Luo's hand that was shaped like a hollow hourglass made of colorful energy. They were all stunned. Sui Feng looked at the ball in his hand and then at the hourglass in Feng Luo's hand. It was not similar but completely unrelated. He could not help but ask, this is completed? Little brother Feng, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Theoretically speaking, there should be no mistake. I just changed the structure slightly and used a weak level of origin energy and origin rules. Yun Nuoshing fiddled with the hourglass-shaped creation in her hand for a while before putting it in Sui Qing's hand. Take a look. I think there should be no problem. Sui Qing and the others held the hourglass-shaped thing and studied it for a while. After a long time, their expressions became a little weird. This was a forced change of structure. And then to make the structure reach the original strength, the original order, rules and energy were replaced with a weak level of origin energy and origin rules. It was a completely different thing. It is indeed a creation for energy identification. The girl in white said faintly, but why did it become like this? Because it is not a creation of origin energy, so they changed it to an origin energy creation. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, it's better to say that the things they use don't have origin energy and origin rules. That's why I find it a little strange, okay? But this is a weak origin energy and rules, and it doesn't have too many restrictions. Moreover, everyone is going to receive the origin baptism now. After the baptism, this weak origin energy and rules won't have any restrictions on them and won't affect their use. Thinking about it carefully, everyone nodded. Sui Feng could not help but smile bitterly. But isn't this just messing around? They didn't go in that direction. They just wanted to keep the original structure. They didn't expect little brother Feng to destroy the original structure as soon as he came up. He only kept the main essence and changed the rest. This is called taking a shortcut. Isn't it good to take a shortcut once in a while? It is rare for a shortcut to appear. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't take it? Yun Nuoshing waved his hand nonchalantly. It's just an energy identification thing. Anyway, it's not like it would cause a huge commotion just to deal with such a small thing. Moreover, the origin energy and origin precepts are excellent materials, so how could they not use them? Look at these two pieces, and it's almost done. So why didn't the origin energy and origin precepts come along when it's used to identify their energy creation? I don't know. I really don't know, because there has never been an accident. That is why it was never mentioned. Sui Feng shook his head. This thing already existed when we became inheritors, and because of what I just said, perhaps there was no need to adjust it. Feng Luo, you have more or less upgraded this creation. Although it may be unnecessary in the past, it is fine as long as it can be used. Yun Nuoshing casually replied, well, it's fine as long as there's no problem. I've already dealt with my part of the energy imprint and soul imprint. If there's no problem, take it and deal with it. I have to deal with other things. Sui Feng asked curiously, what do you want me to do? Do what? Sui Feng asked. Yun Nuoshing raised an eyebrow and showed a strange and evil smile. Take a guess. Everyone. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This guy is definitely going to deal with explosives again. If we stay here and watch. We will be blown into nothingness sooner or later. Mortals, let's go. The group of people all took a few steps back. Only Hui was still very calm and stood in the same place. He asked with interest, "Then, which explosive are you going to deal with?" "Ah, it's not an explosive this time." Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone who had retreated far away and shook his head helplessly. "It's the primordial law." Hui maintained a foolish expression for a while before recovering. "Isn't that thing still in your stomach? Ahem, I mean, you finally found a way to deal with it?" Yun Nuoshing stared at him with a dark and dangerous gaze and nodded. "After becoming chaos, I came into contact with concept class power. That means I was personally attacked by a concept class power and was left with a concept class injury. I found some clues, and with those clues, I might be able to, well, I don't have to deal with it with that thing. It's not just the primordial law. I have other ideas about the level 1 energy tower as well. It should be better than what I thought at first. As for the rest, well, let's talk about the rest after I deal with the matter at hand." Huizong felt that this method of searching for clues was very familiar. "It feels like I'm putting together a jigsaw puzzle, putting things together and picking up things that can be used." Yun Nuoshing nodded and replied, "That's right, it's just like a puzzle. Oh, building blocks, maybe more specific. All the things we do here that are related to collecting are just looking for all kinds of building blocks. When we have enough building blocks, we can start to do things. If we want to make it taller, we can make it taller. If we want to make it weirder, we can make it weirder. If we want to make it livelier, we can make it livelier. If we want to make it livelier, we can make it livelier. If we want to make it livelier, we can make it livelier. If we want to make it livelier, we can make it livelier. As long as it's useful, we can make it work. A while ago, we were having a hard time dealing with everything. First, we didn't have a clue. Second, we didn't know where to start. It's just that we don't have enough building blocks. Now that we have a bunch of fragments in our hands, we can start to do something." We could not help but ask. "After being possessed by the chaos conceptual entity for half an hour, your thoughts are as smooth as if you've eaten croton?" "Actually, I was beaten up by the concept level power. Plus, I wandered around the source environment and touched something related to my essence. That's how I picked up some fragments." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. "That's a bit of a blind spot in your knowledge. The concept level power still can't be used. Don't be so excited." Hui, who had just been excited, was stunned when he heard this. He thought that Maple had successfully grasped the concept level power after being beaten up by the concept level power of the chaos concept body. It was really whimsical. However, it was very much in line with Maple's style to be able to find clues after being beaten up by the concept level power of the chaos concept body. "I've been thinking about the source law for a long time now. I've been searching and groping, but still couldn't find a more accurate way." Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and took out a bunch of world cores and let them surround her. "Now that I've found a way that's slightly better than blurry, I have to try it now. I'm in the best condition right now." Everyone was speechless. Who would say that they were in the best condition when their own soul was split in half? This guy was so twisted. Seeing that Maple was going back to the observer space, Hui waved at Suifeng and the others and followed him. They were just inside the origin domain to solve the problem of energy identification. Now that it was solved, there was no need to pile them all together. Suifeng and the others would continue to lead them to deal with the origin baptism. Well, he was going to keep an eye on Maple. That guy was so unreliable that he would not be reliable even if he had a down quilt over him. But I've thought of a slightly better way. Hui stood beside and looked at the surging sea of energy below. "What are you going to do about it?" Oh, do you still remember how I dealt with it the first time I tried it? Yun Nuoshing threw out more and more world cores and realized that there were no more left. She frowned slightly. I don't know if it's enough. UNG? No. Qing Jun, help me get some world cores. Just those that are strong enough will do. At the beginning, I think you were holding a world core and stuffing it with the environmental laws of various primordial realms, right? I remember you stuffing it with the environmental laws of 2 or 3 primordial realms before it exploded. Hui shrugged and looked at the world cores on the ground. His cheeks twitched. Do you need so many world cores this time? There are already more than 1,000, and it's still not enough. Speaking of which, why didn't you call Jing Yuanji, but Qing Jun instead? Isn't she your personal adjutant? Yun Nuoshing's hand that was spinning the world cores trembled, and her face stiffened. Oh, let that girl calm down. Hui suddenly sucked in a breath of air, his face full of shock and astonishment. This statement seemed to have a hidden meaning. This expression, he was afraid. You were forcefully pushed down by Jing Yuanji? Is there a time when she's so bold? Yun Nuoshing turned her head in horror and stared at him with an expression of looking at the chaos void, an enemy. What are you thinking about all day long? I'm thinking about life events, about your life events. I want to see when you're willing to get married. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened, and she pointed to the right. I'll throw you into the chaos void, okay? I'm just discussing this issue seriously. After all, cough, cough, calm down, calm down. I won't say it, I really won't say it. Hui saw Feng's gloomy face and quickly stepped back with a dry smile. When he calmed down a little, he muttered, So what happened between you and Jing Yuanji? When she just came to the creation sanctum to report your situation, she didn't seem right. She didn't say anything when I asked her. Plus, you're not right now. It's a bit difficult for me not to think about it. Oh, Yun Nuoshing turned her head and fiddled with the world cores. It won't affect anything major. Don't worry about it. Huey's face was calm. Feng's words implied that something had indeed happened, but it wouldn't affect much. The implication was that only the two of them would be affected. That was to say, okay, he could almost understand what had happened. Only that kind of thing could make Jing Yuanji waver like that. And when he thought about her carefully hidden thoughts that she couldn't muster up the courage to, well, he could more or less guess what had happened. After thinking it through, Hui said, subconsciously, we have to have a good talk later. Don't mess things up. It's a matter of all sides. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She rolled her eyes and didn't respond. Back to the original topic. What's the new method you found this time? Specifically, it's the method I tried for the 3rd time. But this time, because there are more fragments, I think this method should be able to be realized. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and let the world cores spin around her. Inscribe the environmental rules of the 8 primordial realms on the 8 world cores, and then merge them into one. We understood part of it. Oh, using that method of merging the world cores. But will it work? I don't know. The last time I tried this method, I could only fuse 4 world cores at most. I've switched the order of the 8 primordial realms environmental laws to fuse, but I only succeeded in 4. Yun Nuoshing reached out and grabbed one of the world cores. Multicolored energy poured the laws of the environment into it, and his multicolored eyes observed the entire process. Originally, these 2 methods were derived from the world core we saw in the myriad spirit abyss. Oh, that world core that wandered all over the great primordial realm. I remember that it merged the rules of 5 primordial realms. Yes, but its situation is different from ours. We noticed Feng's slightly awkward expression. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized the problem. The rules that the world core merged with, even if it also belongs to the environmental rules, It only merged a part of the environmental rules of the 5 primordial realms. And the source environment that we have to deal with, Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. We need the complete environmental rules. The environmental rules were, to put it simply, an issue of the environment. And as everyone knew, the environment was different from place to place. For example, the void of the 8 primordial realms was divided into countless void regions, and the environmental rules of each region were different. This was the result of environmental influence. Although this problem in the void would affect countless worlds in a void region and countless lives, and there were countless situations in the environment, and the combination of various changes could give researchers a headache and make them jump into the chaotic void. But the meaning was still the same. At most, the area would become bigger, and there would be more complicated problems. Then, if you want to obtain a complete or more complete set of environmental rules, you have to use. Hui pinched his chin and turned his head to look at Foam. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Void concept level rules?" Nuashing looked at him. Seriously. 2 seconds later, she nodded solemnly. Hui thought for 2 seconds and decided to pass out. Void concept level rules. They had used them before, but to them, it was just to borrow them. But it was also true that if they wanted to obtain a relatively complete environmental rule, they had to borrow the void concept level rules. So, the only way they knew to obtain the void concept level rules of the 8 primordial realms, or the fragments of the void concept level rules, the only way was the precursor of void turbulence. It was the little angel who said this, which made Hui feel even more dizzy. Also, it was already very difficult before they tried to use the void concept level rules. Now, if they wanted to raise it by another level, it could be predicted that if they needed to use the void concept level rules of the 8 primordial realms, or the fragments of the void concept level rules, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Anyway, he felt that it was hopeless just by listening to it. Can this thing really work? Well, the inspiration is here. Anyway, we have to try it first. Yun Nuashing shrugged. The void concept level rules and fragments of the other 7 primordial realms are still manageable. The biggest problem is the 8 primordial realms concept level rules and fragments. When did you touch the other 7 primordial realms? Oh, at that time, when we were wandering in each primordial realm. Yun Nuashing nodded at him and turned to look at the sea of energy below. I don't know if the concept level rules and fragments that everyone brought back are enough. Hui covered his forehead with his hand when he heard the thoughtful words. Here it comes. It's time to burn materials once in every cycle. Chapter 1942. At present, the only way they could obtain void conceptual rule fragments was to stably obtain a portion of them from the precursor of void turbulence's permanent station. It was also a rather troublesome method. It was originally meant for Maple to fuse with the sea of energy to enhance the latter's various levels, but now that he mentioned it, those materials seemed to have a more important place to go. It was rather troublesome to obtain them. Firstly, they would have to keep throwing trash into the station. No, they would have to keep throwing material-capturing supplies into the station. In other words, they were world orbs that had no other purpose other than to have a huge capacity. They did not even need to be evolved. They just had to expand their capacity as much as they could and expand their structure to a certain level. Once these world orbs were filled, they would be fished up, and a material would be freshly produced, filled with fragments of void concept principles. Boom. Those world orbs that were repeatedly destroyed by the precursor of void turbulence had become a part of the precursor of void turbulence's destructive power. Those world orbs were also full of destructive power, but they were not useful and could not be used as trump cards. They could only be used as materials, and due to the uniqueness of the materials themselves, they could even destroy the container itself and could not be maintained for a long time. In other words, they had to be created and used immediately. That being said, it would not be a problem to store them for a year or two. After all, the world orbs were large enough, and it would take a lot of effort for the concept rule fragments to completely devour the specially made world orbs, which also saved the Void Patrol team the trouble of running back and forth between two places. That was how troublesome it was to collect the void, conceptual rule fragments of the 8 primordial realm. As for the other 7 primordial realms, it was not that troublesome, since they could simply chisel out the void, conceptual rule fragments of the other 7 primordial realms by hand. That was why Maple had already collected them, and there was probably no need to repeatedly collect them. There should be a way to recycle them, or perhaps he could replicate them after getting a grasp of the details. After all, those were the environmental rules of the other 7 primordial realms and did not have such high standards, unlike the 8 primordial realm, which had to be extracted bit by bit from the precursor of void turbulence's permanent station like squeezing toothpaste. In fact, he had never seen the permanent station with his own eyes. From the feedback from the Void Patrol team, the so-called permanent station was actually a large cluster of black clouds and mist that constantly disintegrated and exuded an aura of destruction. No, it was not like the ones in the chaotic void. Those were gray and clearly different. The permanent station was more like a spherical, three-dimensional vortex of clouds and mist. No matter which direction he looked from, he could see a huge vortex directly facing him, with countless transparent blue collapsing energies bouncing around on the surface of the outer circle like rabbits. When he looked closer, it was just a cluster of black, inky clouds, its surface crackling with destructive energies. It was probably like running in front of a thunderstorm to see thunder and lightning. Speaking of which, how many void conceptual rule fragments could be salvaged in one trip? Well, he had not calculated it, so he had to ask Maple. The answer to this question is very general and vague. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. It's like you asking me how many grains of rice I ate instead of how many bowls of rice I ate. This question is only asked when you have nothing better to do. There is no standard to measure the number of conceptual rule fragments, so this question cannot be answered. He scratched his head. How many void conceptual rule fragments from world luminous clusters could be pieced together to form a more or less complete set of environmental rules? This is still a very vague statement. The concept level law fragments thrown out by the permanent resident points. Well, speaking of fragments, you should know that there are many repetitions. Currently, there are 99 million permanent resident points used for observation. Wait, stop for a moment. Huey's eyes widened in astonishment, and his face was filled with horror. How many resident points? 1,990,239. In fact, there are even more that have been observed. Huey's jaw almost hit the sea of energy. I don't think there were so many permanent stations before, right? Didn't I say there were 4 or 5 or 3 or 4? The underworld suppression of the void frontline has decreased, and there are loopholes in the blockade. The exploration of the middle and lower planes has already returned to normal. They have also shrunk the area sealed by the abyssal death fog and taken away almost everything related to them. Even the military forces wandering in the void have been reduced to almost non-existence. Under such circumstances, it is easy for us to reclaim the middle and lower planes. So far, we have not reclaimed them because there is no need to. Yin Nuashing paused for a moment, closed her eyes, and sighed deeply. After all, the middle and lower planes have become a large area of scorched earth. Although we have sent people to those places to search for possible life, it is just standing on the boundless sea looking for islands. We understood. We did not find any islands, but we found a lot of permanent stations. Yes, although this is also one of the missions. Hui nodded and was about to continue the question, but he did not know why his brain spasmed and changed the topic. Wait a minute. I thought of a very important question. His gaze fell on the down quilt draped over Maple. Your Ming's cradle has also been brought back. Yun, Nuashing, and the little angel looked up at the same time, looked at each other and smiled faintly. She softly explained to Hui, "Don't worry, the body and the cradle have been reclaimed a long time ago. Now, there is no cradle, only me." Then it's okay. Hui nodded and scratched his head. Then, let's continue the topic. You said that there are many repetitive fragments. And then, well, currently, it is known that the 99 million permanent stations are produced by the void conceptual fragments. Actually, quite a number of them are repetitive. I deliberately divided them into different places, and after washing them in the sea of energy, I separated them all. There are not many differences because they are distributed in different places. Hui stroked his chin. I actually thought of this too. I thought that the void conceptual fragments obtained from different places would complement each other, just like putting together a puzzle. Yun Nuashing shook her head. We still don't know much about concept-level rules and concept-level matters. Based on my current jigsaw puzzle experience, each of the 99 million permanent stations has collected an equal amount of rule fragments and pieced them together. At this level, the rule fragments restored are about 50% of the total rule fragments of the 8 elements realm. Then, in the 50% of each permanent station, 80% of them are exactly the same, and the remaining 20% are partly similar and partly not. Her explanation came to an abrupt end, and Hui, who had a tacit understanding with him, immediately crossed his arms and pondered. It feels like the fragments thrown out by the permanent stations are mainly part of it. That's the 80% below 50%, which is almost the center of the center. They destroy this part first. Maybe they first affect this part of the concept level rules, and then affect other parts. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. I think so too. By the way, this 80% below 50% is all the rule fragments of the upper plane. Huey's jaw dropped before he could put down his arms. Wait a minute. These permanent stations are all the middle and lower planes. You don't have to doubt that you heard it wrong, but the fragments that emerged and reassembled proved that the 80% below 50% is indeed the rule fragments of the upper plane. Seeing Huey's increasingly doubtful expression, Yun Nuashing spread her hands. So, our understanding of concept-level matters is still too little, so little that it's a little pitiful. But it can't be helped. This is a new field for us. There are too many things that we don't understand, and there's no way to understand. Hui was confused. It seemed that the concept-level rules of the void prioritized the preservation of the center. That is, the upper plane was prioritized before the middle and lower planes were taken care of. Come to think of it, the recovery period mentioned before also prioritized the upper plane's recovery before the middle and lower planes were taken care of. He would not believe that these two things were not related. Well, case closed. This was the trend of the concept-level rules of the void, prioritizing the preservation of the void as the most important center, and after dealing with it, they would free up to deal with other places. It was not incomprehensible. So, to piece together the complete rule fragments of the 8-element realm, wouldn't it take a long time for a permanent station to collect a truly complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm? Hui looked distressed. How long would that take? Well, in fact, just one permanent station alone probably won't be able to collect a complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm. Yun Nuashing muttered in a low voice. When he saw Hui looking at him with a horrified expression, he replied in a tone as if he had spat out his soul, Don't tell me that it takes several permanent stations to gather all of them. And the reason is that a permanent station can only restore a part of them by gathering fragments. Congratulations, you've got it right. The number of concept-level fragments obtained by a permanent station is limited. After reaching a certain level, the fragments obtained by a permanent station are basically duplicates. Yun Nuoshing waved her hands with a kind face. That's why I just said that most of the fragments are duplicates. It's not that easy to piece together a complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm. At least, it's not that easy to use this method. Do you have any other good ideas? Hui was even more distressed when he was asked this question. Oh, I've never thought about this before. Capturing a complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm. In the past, the most we've touched upon was the rule fragments of the upper plane. Suddenly, to have a complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm, I'm a little helpless. This is another blind spot in my knowledge. What a coincidence. Me too. Yin Nuoshing spread her hands and sighed. For the time being, through the concept-level fragments collected by no less than 99 million permanent stations over the years after piecing them together, we have collected hundreds of complete or near-complete rule fragments of the 8-element realm. That is to say, we have hundreds of chances, to be specific, 650 times. Then, I don't seem to have the confidence to find the answer in 650 chances. Hui was immediately petrified. In short, this part of the materials was just for practice. Now, Maple needed more materials to practice. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and looked at the pile of world cores spinning in front of her. She said softly, "It will take some time to inject the complete rule fragments of the 8-element realm into each world core. It's not too late to get the materials ready first. Now, Sui Feng, Sui Qing, I have something to ask you." What? For voices answered. It seemed that they were not too busy. She was relieved. If I ask you to find a way to collect the complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm, do you have any ideas? Sui Feng immediately said, "Brother Maple, don't be like this. We have no quarrel. Yun Nuoshing, Little Angel, and Hui." Well, this question is no different from asking someone who killed your father out of nowhere, right? Look at how excited this kid is. Sui Feng's screams echoed in the soul communication. For a while, Yun Nuoshing waited for a while before Sui Qing's voice sounded. "You need the complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm? I need it to deal with the source rule. I have it now. And I also have a way to collect the complete set of rule fragments of the 8-element realm. But it's too slow. I want to ask if you have a more efficient way." The other side was silent for a while. 2 minutes later, the white-clothed girl's voice sounded faintly. "Your questions are always tricky. They are on the edge of concept-level questions. It's not easy to deal with them. I can only ask you for something like that. So, do you have a way?" "Yes, but first, tell me how you deal with it." Yun Nuoshing thought for a while. Then, she briefly explained the method of harvesting rule fragments of the 8-element realm. She also mentioned the efficiency of working with 99 million permanent stations over the years. After that, she added, although it's 99 million permanent stations, that's only part of the permanent stations under long-term observation. It's been a long time since this number was set. As for the current total, there are new discoveries every day. So, it's possible that there are 2 or 3 million permanent stations now. The other side was silent again. After a while, Sui Qing's voice sounded. "Perhaps your method is more efficient. Well, there's no other way. However, although we can't provide a new method, we may be able to help you speed it up." Sui Qing's voice was soft and a little hesitant. "But It may be a little dangerous and troublesome. Just say it. I'll judge after I hear it. You need the Temple of Origins, a special origin creation. We remember that it's not a particularly complicated origin creation, which is why it can be created. And most importantly, you need the sea of energy. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. She then went through the few things in her mind. I don't know what the first two are for, but from the results, they should be used to speed up the collection of concept-level rule fragments, or energy. As for the sea of energy, you're not thinking of using the sea of energy as a container to collect the fragments, are you? That's right. Oh. Yun Nuashing raised his head and took a light breath. He couldn't help but look into the distance. After looking at the starry sky for a while, he snapped his fingers. It's not a big problem. Originally, the concept-level nomological fragments that we brought back had to be thrown into the sea of energy to pass through before they could be used. Furthermore, it's not that easy to fill up this sea of energy. Don't be hasty. Let me finish first. Sui Qing shook her head and began to explain her method. You need to send the Temple of Origins and the origin creation into the permanent point and use the concept-level rule force to continuously transfer the collected items back into the container. Wow, Yun Nuashing exclaimed. I'm just pulling wool, but you're directly extracting blood from the void. Sui Qing seemed to laugh bitterly, but did not deny it. After a moment, she said calmly, originally, this method was used to transport energy across long distances, or to assist in setting up large-scale formations or domains. In theory, it could do what you say. Well, it's just that to collect the concept-level rule fragments you would need world lumens and world cores. That would require another method. Yes, that's simple. Hui jumped up and snapped his fingers as he excitedly continued the conversation. Stuff the Sanctum of Origins into a world-like cluster that is strong enough, and then use the order and concept barrier to separate the Sanctum of Origins from the world-like cluster itself, and only let it transmit energy. By then, the world-like cluster only needs to use itself as bait to attract the broken concept-level law fragments, and the Sanctum of Origins only needs to throw things back. How fitting would that be? Yun Nuashing was also very excited and slapped him on the shoulder. There's no time to lose. Hurry up and start making the world lumen. Huey's face twitched and his excitement completely faded. He pointed at himself blankly. After thinking for a moment, he slapped himself on the forehead. World orbs that were sturdier. No one in the void front lines could make a world orb that was sturdier than his. Wow, things really came out of his mouth. And he got himself a bunch of problems just by bragging a few times. This, then, this. All right, it's indeed. It's my turn. All right, Hui said with a gloomy expression. His face had turned green. There was a burst of laughter from the other side of the soul communication, and a moment later, Sui Qing's voice came, holding back her laughter. Does that mean it's okay? It's not a big problem. You don't have to worry about the capacity of the sea of energy. Well, if you're worried, I'll explain it to you so that you don't have to worry so much. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and decided to use the simplest way. In short, the observer space will not explode, and the sea of energy will not have a problem, and the observer space. Even if I have a problem, the observer space will not have a problem. Rounding it up, it meant that the sea of energy would not have a problem because of the capacity. After all, the sea of energy was based on the concept of infinity in the beginning, and it was gradually connected to the entire observer space and fused into one. The effort of 5 eras was no joke. Don't worry, I understand. In that case, we just need to prepare here. You can wait for a while. Oh, there's no hurry. Wait until I'm almost done with the 600 or so environmental laws. There's no hurry. Sui Qing nodded slightly and was about to turn off the soul communication when she suddenly mentioned something. The source law. How confident are you? Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry. After the soul transmission stopped, Yun Nuoxing sighed at the world core in front of him. It is indeed a matter of time, but I didn't say how many days it would take, right? Who knows how many sets of materials I'll have to burn this time? I don't care. I don't care. I'm determined to get the source law out this time. If I can't do it, I won't be a god anymore. We couldn't help but smile bitterly as he listened. Maple was going into a dead-end mode, trying to dig a hole through the southern wall. After all, there's less than a year before the Fortress of Origins is put together. I want to get this done before then, or there'll be a lot of trouble when the Fortress of Origins comes out, and I won't be able to deal with it then. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Hui was startled, and could not help but think of the planes that were 20 to 30,000 miles in length and width. His face twitched. A year? That fast? We've been working for 10,000 years, and we haven't even cleaned up a single layer of land. The concept space can repair those things much faster than we can. We don't have to slowly search for the fragments and slowly match them according to the energy traces. It doesn't have to manually assemble them. It actively mobilizes all the fragments to assemble them spontaneously. The speed of execution is tens or hundreds of thousands of times faster than us. Pinching the world core that she was fiddling with, Yun Nuoxing shifted half of her gaze to the concept space and looked at the massive storm that towered above and below. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and shrugged at Hui. Even at this level, it would take an entire year. Guess how long it would take us to do it ourselves? Huey's face was blank. It was clear that the talk of hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years was not a bluff. While that thing could come in handy, it was an indisputable fact that it would take a lot of time. If they had not touched that concept space, they would probably still be working overtime to put together the Fortress of Origins. Yun Nuoxing was rather curious as to what that special creation of Origins was. It was used to assist in setting up large-scale circles and domains. The large scale here was probably not the usual large scale in the sense of the word, and probably encompassed the entire void region at once, or perhaps even more exaggerated in terms of the scope of the concept. Oh, let's not talk about that for now. Apart from that special creation of Origins, there was also the Origin Sanctum. It was fortunate that the creation of Sanctum of Origins had not stopped over the years, and while the amount piled up was certainly not as exaggerated as energy towers and energy cores, it should be considerable. 2 to 3 million Sanctum of Origins. Well, it just so happens that the number of resident points is within that range as well. Yun Nuoxing asked I Ching about the situation and made an "oh" sound. Did you plan to prepare so many Sanctum of Origins from the start? Hui could not help asking as he glanced at Maple, who appeared to be contemplating something. What are you planning to do with so many? Is there even a need to say what we're planning to do? Of course, we're going to pile them up on the day of the charge. Yun Nuoxing replied, rolling her eyes at Hui. Be it Sanctum of Origins or energy towers, the more the better. Moreover, regular Sanctum of Origins could create energy sources as well, so there's no reason not to make more. I haven't forgotten my initial plan. Hui continued to stare blankly. On the day they charged into the underworld, they would have to replace the energy cores of all energy towers with energy sources. If that was true, even if part of it was true, they would have to prepare at least 10 trillion energy sources. Judging from the rate at which the front lines were producing energy sources, it would actually be enough. Still, Maple would not be stingy with bringing up the speed again. After all, he was the one who brought up the topic of maxing out the attack. He believed that when the time came for the Fortress of Origins to be assembled, he would immediately make 1,000,000 of them if he found that they could be molded. So, how long would it take you to make 2 to 3 million world luminous orbs? Can you do it by the time Sui Qing and the others are done with that special creation of Origins? Yun Nuoxing turned to Hui, who was still trying hard to make mud. Huey's face twitched when he heard the number. Maple, I don't have a deep grudge against you. Don't be like this. No, I have a deep grudge against you. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and snorted softly. I still remember the day you picked me up, and I don't intend to forget it in the future. All right, make a part of it and use it. I have to observe the situation of the world luminous orbs that have been staying in the permanent station for a long time. This is a long-term mission, so the requirements are higher. If there are problems, it would be troublesome to switch them around. If things go well, you don't have to take on all the world luminous orbs alone. If not, I'll leave it to you. Huey's jaw dropped. That's not necessary, right? You don't need that many concept-level law fragments, do you? As for that, because there are follow-up arrangements. Even if the source law is solved, I intend to use this change to speed up the processing of the sea of energy. Yun Nuoxing nodded. You've already made such a big change. If you only use it to collect concept-level law fragments and process the source law, wouldn't it be a waste to just throw it aside after you're done? Since you have this channel, you might as well make use of it to the fullest. He's used to it. This is also Maple's way of thinking. If it were Maple's way of thinking, this is indeed a long-term mission. I don't know how long an ordinary world luminous orb can last in the permanent station. Forget it. He'd better put in some effort. Chapter 1943. To be honest, there was no need to discuss the plan of maximizing their attack power. Everyone had tacitly agreed to leave it to the Void Frontline's number 1, who was in charge of messing around as much as he could. The others were all heckling below, responsible for stirring up the atmosphere. While they were watching the show, they would say, Brother Maple blew up, Lord Maple blew up again, and Lord Observer blew up again. To be honest, every time this plan was carried out, it would be accompanied by earth-shattering movements. There was no other way. They had already reached this level. If they wanted to continue moving forward, it was not something that could be done just by talking. Just like what was said before, there was a staircase that led to the heavens in front of them. Every step represented a difference of thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. When this difference was in front of them, every step meant an earth-shattering change. It was a qualitative leap. When they could not walk up a step but wanted to reach out and touch a higher step, the effort and price they needed to pay would be thousands and thousands of times more. Just standing on tiptoe was not enough. This also explained why Maple would cause such a huge commotion every time he messed around. It was a trump card prepared to cross one step after another. So how could the commotion be small? Oh, that was a scene that would appear when dealing with various explosives. But now it was different. What they were messing around with now was something that could push them up the stairs. Compared to a trump card, it was better to consider things from a long-term perspective. After all, it was basic strength. Regardless of the situation, strengthening basic strength was a solid deal. The only thing they did not know was how much time was left for them to squeeze in. The real situation of the source law and the simulated situation were definitely ridiculously different. Before the real thing was placed in front of them, they could not judge based on anything and could only wait. Over the last 10 days or so, everyone had been busy preparing things related to the origin rule. The entire Void Frontline was helping with the preparations. It was the will of all Order warriors, gathering all their energy and power to overcome the conditions that were so huge that they could meet the conditions. To put it in a more naive way, They were pinning their hopes on that explosive maniac. Now, apart from maintaining an appropriate amount of power so that the realm of order would not be destroyed, as well as ensuring that the creation and supply of new energy towers and energy cores would not be interrupted, everything else had to give way to this most important matter. Don't you get it? To put it simply, the logistics personnel made up 99% of the Void frontline. Indeed, all of them had gone to help out in the logistics department. Or rather, all of the 1,300 nodes in the Void frontline were temporarily converted into logistics nodes. After all, it was a little strenuous to prepare 2 to 3 million unique origin creations and 2 to 3 million sturdy world lights in a short period of time. It was said that creating one of those unique origin creations took a lot of time, and now they were simply piling up numbers to shorten the time. The current situation was that Sui Qing and the others had prepared the items and threw them into the Origin Temple and the creation space. He had prepared sturdy world lights and threw them into those two places as well. Then, all that was left was for everyone to gather strength, order, and precepts to hasten the creation of those two things. It was the fastest solution they could come up with. The parts that have been prepared have been brought to the permanent points. Now, there are still 30% of the permanent points that have not prepared the corresponding items. After 20 days of busy work, I Ching and Lord Hui walked into the observer space together, the former flipping through the crystal ball as he reported, "We've tried using the origin creation and found no abnormalities for the time being. Now, we've placed the various nodes and beacons in Lord Maple's sea of energy, which is equivalent to sinking all the origin shrines and world lights into the permanent point, and it's done. We did a double take. Why do we have to put them in at the same time? Can't we just throw in the ones that are prepared first?" I Ching laughed bitterly and turned away. It is said that the origin energy and origin precepts have to be arranged to a certain extent to build a massive domain that works simultaneously. In other words, the domain is still 30% incomplete. And if we throw in the ones that are already prepared, how do I put it? It seems to be saying that the goods might be sent to the wrong place. The legatees have explained it twice, and you were listening very seriously then, Lord Hui. I was a little busy and forgot. Hui replied. Still, it was understandable. After all, they were transporting dangerous contraband across such a long distance, and a complete domain was probably to ensure the safe and accurate delivery of the goods, preventing them from being accidentally thrown into strange places or hitting plants. The domain was used to bind the goods that were being transported, and it was not the same as transporting people or goods with physical form, but piles of concept class rule fragments. There was nothing wrong with the Void Patrol Party trapping the concept class rule fragments in world luminous orbs and transporting them back and forth, since they were transporting world luminous orbs and living things with physical form. However, what they were doing now was a direct delivery without packaging, which was no different from transporting air, although it was billions of times more troublesome. At that time, Sui Qing seemed to have told Zhang Tai that he should treat it as setting up a large-scale field and magic circle. The well-set field and magic circle would start to absorb and gather energy from everywhere within the range of the field and the field. Then, all the energy would be gathered in the center of the field along the field and the field. If Zhang Tai didn't set up the field or the field, he would not be able to bind the pile of energy. Therefore, before the field was set up, Zhang Tai couldn't do anything casually. The two sped through the observer space and were about to go to the sanctuary of creation. But when they passed by a high-arched sea, they saw a frightening scene that made them stop at once with a look of shock. At the top of the arched sea, a colorful figure was sitting on the surface of the sea, hugging his knees. His head was lowered, and his face was gray, looking a little disheartened. Even the down quilt he was wearing seemed to be tightening as if trying to give him encouragement and comfort. Looking at Maple's appearance, Hui was scared out of his wits on the spot and quickly rushed over. I Ching also hurriedly packed up the crystal ball and ran towards Lord Maple, thousands of thoughts already popping up in his mind. Maple, what's wrong? What's with your face? It's as if the world is about to end. Yun Nuoshing was startled by a loud shout. He turned his head with a gloomy expression. When he saw Hui and I Ching landing in front of him, he sighed and took out a ball of light from under his leg. It was full of restless aura. Looking at the brightness and the way it kept flashing, Hui and I Ching's hearts trembled. They took a step back at the same time, and their heads began to break out in cold sweat. It won't explode, don't worry. Yun Nuoshing ignored the two, who took a step back and heaved a long sigh. Her face was gloomy as if she had just been ravaged by the origin heavenly god and the chaotic concept body for a long time. Now that she was done, she looked at the thing in her hand in a daze and repeated the same words over and over again. Yes, it won't explode, can't explode, can't explode, can't explode, can't explode, can't explode. It's over. She's seriously ill. Maple has become a fool. Hui was sweating profusely. He moved his eyes to the down quilt hanging on Maple's body. Maple seemed to have sensed something and raised his head from the dense feathers, showing a helpless smile to Hui, and said, I've been nagging for a while. I think I'll keep nagging for a while. What's wrong? Hasn't she been fine these few days? Hui smiled bitterly. They had no time to pay attention to this guy for a few days. Why did she suddenly become like this, as if she had been played with too much? The little angel thought for a while and sighed. This is the last set of the 8 Elements Realm's environmental rules. In a split second, Hui and I Ching both understood that the 650 sets of materials had been blown up by an observer. They could not be replenished in a short period of time. Now, they only had the last set of materials in their hands. In addition, someone had just drilled a small hole in the south wall, and there was still a long way to go. Now, facing the last set of materials, they were a little depressed and a little dumbfounded. After all, the last set of materials would definitely be scrapped. Don't think that leaving the last set of materials would cause any miracles. It didn't exist. Now, Maple just didn't want to face reality, but he would definitely blow it up in a while. Absolutely. Now he was just adjusting his mood. Hui coughed and felt that he had to say something. Maple, don't worry. I can arrange that thing for you in 2 or 3 days. Really, 2 or 3 days will be enough. You don't have to be so depressed. Why don't you go and deal with other things first? Or you can take a break. No, Yun Nuoshing shouted, as if she had eaten dynamite. She stood up and pinched the slightly restless world core in her hands. I just made a little progress here. How can I back down like this? Watch carefully. This time, I can definitely. Hui saw that his words had backfired. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly pulled I Ching back. He stepped back 1/2 meter. Before he could teleport, he saw 2 balls of light appear out of thin air and immediately hit into Feng's hand. In an instant, the brilliant light dyed Hui and I Ching's dumbfounded expression pale. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Today was also a familiar explosion. Hui felt as if his lungs were being hit by the power of 4 or 5 primordial realms. It was painful and difficult to breathe. He thought that it might have been better if he hadn't said that just now. Maple might have curled up on the ground and been depressed for a while. But when he said that, he directly provoked someone. He made up his mind and didn't care anymore. The heavens had mercy on him. He really wanted to let this guy rest for a while. He really didn't intend to provoke him. Hui patted his chest and blew out a colorful smoke ring. Okay, now there's not a complete set of materials left. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke in front of him. He saw Maple's expression was even more miserable than before. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought for a while, walked up to Maple and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed helplessly and said, "It's okay. The last set of materials is destined to be destroyed. But it doesn't matter. In 2 or 3 days, you can safely explode again. And this time, there's no limit." Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth and stared at him bitterly. She slowly took out the rhythm of light from her waist. Seeing this, the little angel calmly pressed his hand with her wings and helped him take back the sword. "I think it's good. I'll let you rest for 2 or 3 days." Hui calmly watched him draw and sheath his sword, as if a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water. He shrugged and continued, "Your soul has been in that crack for more than 20 days. These days, everyone who passes by you and sees your exposed soul crack feel as if they have been split open. You are the only one who doesn't seem to be affected. If you don't hurry up and repair yourself, I will catch you and send you back to the origin shrine." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She turned her head and muttered, "I can't fix it. Its recovery speed is just that slow. I can't speed up the recovery speed, even if I want to." The concept level scar left by the chaotic concept body. To be honest, he had underestimated this scar. Even if it was just a weak concept level scar, it was still so difficult to deal with. There was no tendency for it to worsen, but there were still some residual effects, which made him weak at a very slow speed. He had been relying on the little angel to help him through the past 20 days. If it weren't for this subsoul, he could only maintain normal activities, but couldn't do anything else that required energy. Hui squinted his eyes and stared at Maple with disbelief. "Where's the truth?" "There's no truth to it. That's what I mean. I can't interfere with the recovery speed of concept-level scars now. It's all relying on the origin energy to repair them. It really has nothing to do with me." Yun Nuoshing spread her hands and rolled her eyes. "And isn't it boring to just lie down? It doesn't affect me anyway. I'm just here to get down to business. What's there to lie down for?" "That's what you say." Huey's face twitched twice. Looking at the obvious soul crack, his face twitched again. After a moment, he sighed and waved his hand. "Now that you don't even have material, you should be more honest, right, Mr. Stubborn?" The effect was immediate. Maple's spirit immediately withered. Seeing him like that, we felt that he didn't have to say anything more. "Is that so? Then take this opportunity to rest. You're a big patient. If you really can't calm down, why don't you take Ming for a stroll in the frontline world?" "Although I'm willing to do so, I really can't calm down now." Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead in distress. The matter was at the most crucial moment, but he suddenly dropped the ball and changed the target. How could he calm his heart down? He had just said that he would fight to the death, and then after 20 days, he suddenly became dispirited. "Okay." The little angel tightened her arms and wings as she whispered into his ear, "It's only been 2 or 3 days. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Besides, the clues that can't be found at this moment might be figured out after a few days of quiet thought." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. She was right. But now, Brother Maple, are you free now? Yun Nuoshing sighed. When she was about to divert her attention, Suifeng's voice in the soul transmission startled her. "I've just blown up the last material. I'm free now. What's the matter?" Suifeng was startled for a moment. Then he sighed meaningfully. "Oh, ahem. Well, there are still 2 or 3 days. For days at the latest. Don't be impatient, and don't get too excited. Ahem. Back to the original topic. I have 2 pieces of good news. Do you want to hear them one by one or both at once?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and directly exposed her. "Tell me, who is the first heir in this era?" Suifeng was dumbfounded. Why is there no surprise at all when it comes to you? What kind of good news can it be when it suddenly pops up at this time? Yun Nuashing shrugged. So who is the heir? Your girl, the one with the platinum hair. She used her spiritual power. Sui Feng chuckled. The second generation heir. She's in the middle. It's better than what we expected. Well, as expected, the awakening can only start from the third generation. But the path to the second generation is smooth. She just needs to spend some time. Dao Tian. Oh, Dao Tian. He did not include the girl in his plan. Her spiritual power was a little too outstanding in the front line of the void. She could be ranked in the top 100. After all, she relied on her spiritual power for a living. If she's the heir, the origin energy that she inherited is related to spiritual power? Yun Nuashing thought carefully. Among the 147 types of origin energy, there was one that was related to spiritual power. But he did not spend too much time studying it. That's right. It took about 20 days to confirm this. Now, Sui Feng turned his head to look at the pillar that was glowing with a faint green light. The platinum figure was curled up in a faint green ball and had fallen into a short slumber. His sister was busy dealing with the ball. It took her a while before she managed to push it back into the pillar. She's in the early stages of awakening. The origin energy and law of origin are slowly modifying her structure. It might take about 10 days. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was an heir. Although the outcome might not change anything. But, well, one more was one more. Then I'll leave it to you to take care of the girl. Well, don't worry. Although there won't be any problems in the first place, just relax. It's good news after all, and she's a member of your family, so I'll let you know in advance. My family and what not? Well, I'm too lazy to correct him. He could not even deny it if he kept repeating it every day. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hui and I Ching, who were looking at him curiously. Dao Tian has become an heir and is now undergoing awakening in the domain of origin. Oh, there's finally an heir. We could not help but sigh. In the past 20 days, many had completed the baptism of origin, but there was only one heir so far. At present, there were not many in the upper echelons who were in a hurry to complete the baptism of origin, and some of the key figures had not yet moved, so there was probably more hope and more hope. Well, speaking of so many people, I don't know if everyone has dealt with the problem of energy identification. There are too many, and I don't think we can arrange so many in 20 days. The creation room, the sanctum of origin, and the creation sanctum are all full. I don't know how effective the new creation for energy identification will be. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Since it's the creation for energy identification used by the god of origin and the others, and I've taken a shortcut to level it up, there shouldn't be any problems. If you're worried, why don't we try it out? Hui shuddered and thought that he had to try it out sooner or later. So just as he was about to nod, but before he could say anything, Maple patted himself on the head. Oh, it's not good for me to do it now. There's no other way. Another day, when I've recovered, I'll, As Maple spoke, he suddenly paused. His expression became a little strange, as if he suddenly remembered something. He was already tugging at the feathers of his quilt. After a while, he opened his mouth to speak, confirming his guess. Hiss, I forgot something very important. Huey's face twitched a few times. Don't tell me it's a big problem again. Well, it might really be a big problem. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked distressed. It's about the sinful language. Its situation is a little special, and it seems that the energy identification we prepared before can't deal with it. We might have to open up a path for it. That means we have to prepare another creation for energy identification specifically to prevent the sinful language from accidentally injuring it. Ah, but before that, I might have to deal with the sinful language first. Looking at the current situation, whether it can be energy identified, is a problem. This thing is related to the sins of the world, and it's troublesome to deal with it. Huey's jaw dropped as he listened. Well, why don't you change to another day? You're not in a good condition to deal with this thing right now, are you? It's fine for now. I can still hold on for now. While everyone is still in the void, front line, I'll leave these important and high-priority matters to them first. Well, on my end, I'll have to at least modify the sinful language to stamp myself so that it can surge with energy identification and not affect my own people. I don't want to indiscriminately affect my own people when I use this series of skills. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were in a trance as she began to think about how to deal with it. Improvement. Hui waved his hand vigorously. Wait a minute. Every time you use this thing, it will drill your heart. Your current state. No, this thing involves the sins of the world. Just using this kind of power is already very strenuous and disgusting. I thought you could just press energy identification, and that would be it. I didn't expect you to be able to improve it. It's strenuous and disgusting. Every time I use it, my soul will be smacked and polluted, but it's not like I can't do anything about it, just because it's related to the sins of the world. In the beginning, before I figured out how to use the sinful language, I simply used the power of order to trigger the sins of the world. Later, I found that it worked well on beings of order, but not so well against those of order of chaos. So I tried to use the energy of annihilation to trigger the sins of the world. Well, after adjusting the situation 7 or 8 times, it became the situation you know now. Yun Nuoshing flapped her wings and let the little angel open half of her body. The silver-black, sinful language began to gather on her right hand, and the surging, viscous silver-black energy made Hui and I Ching uncomfortable. The negative emotions were so thick that they were on alert just by getting close to it. Even the little angel carefully kept her wings to the other side and did not dare to get any closer. Yun Nuoshing stole a glance at their reaction. She was already used to it and did not think much of it. This time, I'm just adjusting the sinful language in conjunction with energy identification. It's not like I'm making any major changes to it. It's not a problem. I've been through more difficult situations before, so it won't be a problem this time. Probably. Hui was speechless. If she did not say the last 2 words, he would have really let his guard down. Yun Nuoshing's soul was still torn apart and was still restless. Chapter 1944. The sins of the world. To normal, no, even to higher life forms, it was a stinky rock that hindered them. It was an unstable supernova. It looked like it was about to explode, but in reality, it only trembled for a while and didn't explode. When it dimmed down and seemed fine, it would suddenly explode with fireworks lighting up the entire starry sky. It could only be described with one word: torture. The remains of the greater Yuan world, the traces and evidence of the life forms of order willfully changing the void, the sins of the world, and the source of destruction. Currently, there were 3 ways to describe it. The names of the life forms in the countless void regions in the void were ignored for now. They were all relatively representative. The first one came from the concept body of chaos, which directly touched on the essence of the matter. It was rather awkward to get an answer from the concept body of chaos. After all, he still didn't know what the origin god called the sins of the world. Perhaps it was similar to the concept body of chaos answer. After all, both of them were the source of the greater Yuan world. This thing, he didn't know what to say about this thing. He knew that it would cause people to stay as far away from it as possible and try their best not to touch this ominous thing. It wasn't that this thing was powerful or invincible. It was purely disgusting, repulsive, and difficult to deal with. It made people restless. If he accidentally touched it, there was nothing he could do. Once he touched it, he wouldn't be able to get rid of it. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. At the very least, it was impossible to get rid of it before this life ended, and he entered the cycle of reincarnation. Even if he completely collapsed, it would be useless. When he returned, it would follow him like a shadow. The more he cared about it, the more annoying it would be. Fortunately, the sins of the world didn't affect higher life forms above reciprocity greatly. As long as he didn't touch it for no reason, there wouldn't be any problems. There were people he knew who had been infected with the sins of the world, but there weren't many of them. They could be counted with 10 hands. They all carefully hid the sins of the world they accidentally touched, using the laws of order and energy to pack it up in several tens of thousands of layers. Then they found a corner and put it away. They would never pay attention to it again, and it wouldn't jump out to cause trouble either. Then Maple appeared in those 10 hands. This guy would pick up the sins of the world and throw it at his enemy's face. He had never seen anyone so crazy. Since the first time Zhang Tai met Maple, Zhang Tai had already sighed with emotion. After more than 10 eras, Zhang Tai was still sighing with emotion. Sometimes, when Zhang Tai saw Maple's behavior, he even doubted whether Zhang Tai was really irresolute and timid to the extent of being incurable. Now wasn't the time to be lamenting about those things. Now was the time to focus on the matter at hand. Report from the first to 190,000 permanent stations. They're still in a stable situation. They don't plan on dragging us in for now. The Origin Divine Hall and Origin Creation have been prepared beforehand. The World Ball of Light. It's very energetic right now. It's already prepared to endure for a very long time. I just don't know how long it'll take. The longer it lasts, the better. The 2,200,000 permanent stations agree. Speaking of which, can't we use some other method to record the numbers? This string of numbers is giving me a headache. Full-scale inspection has confirmed that there's no problem. We're just waiting for Lord Maple and the others' final confirmation before we collectively descend. It's just 7 digits. One team is responsible for one station, and one team is responsible for one number. It's not that complicated. Could you have gotten the number and position of the mission execution station wrong? That's what they say. Isn't it weird that the serial numbers are too long? Isn't that right? Everyone with the middle reaches serial numbers? It's a headache, isn't it? Permanent stations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 agree. Ahem, those who are scheduled to stay behind to observe the permanent stations have confirmed that they've collected their benefits at the Void frontlines, right? Are they sure that they've collected their benefits? Don't stay here and watch, and then suddenly run back, or something, probably allowed. There's no need to leave anyone behind. I've checked the situation, and there shouldn't be any abnormalities for 1,000,000 years. Moreover, I've been observing the entire process, so I'll be able to detect any abnormalities in an instant. There's no need to worry. Lord Maple, is it really okay not to leave anyone behind? Don't worry. You have more important things to do. The Void Patrol team responsible for the permanent stations can also switch to another mission. All you have to do is continue the search. There's no need to transport goods back and forth, and there's no need to station for maintenance. Yes, it's been hard on you. No, it's not hard at all. Lord Maple, it's been hard on you. Explosions, explosions, explosions. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Finally, it's confirmed that the Origin Creation and the Origin Holy Temple are fine. All permanent stations are fine. Brother Maple, it's almost time to descend. Confirmed that the Sea of Energy is fine. Carry out the mission. Descend. Profound movements resounded from various parts of the void. In front of the massive black clouds of energy that were bursting apart, the world radiance that was thousands of feet large and wrapped in a golden barrier was pushed forward by dozens of energy beams after the orders were confirmed. As if sinking into a quagmire, the world radiance slowly vanished from everyone's sight, completely eclipsing even the dazzling golden radiance. After a moment of waiting, each permanent residence emitted a golden light that penetrated the thick black curtain and slowly dissipated after a while. Then, another stream of light flickered and lit up. This time, it seemed to be using the weak light of energy to connect the permanent residents to each other. Vaguely, a three-dimensional, very huge thing appeared in the void for a short time. But because it was too huge, even the void couldn't completely reflect its appearance. Only a corner of it looked a little like a domain, a little like a three-dimensional magic circle. Confirmed that the world radiance has entered the permanent stations. TSK. Can observe the situation in depth. Don't worry about the situation inside. We can see clearly from here. The world radiance would take half an hour to completely fill the concept class rule shard, but the Origin Holy Temple has already reached it. The complete domain has been successfully unfurled, and it is now bypassing the areas sealed by the Abyssal Death Shroud through nodes set up in the void, teleporting according to the nodes. Brother Maple, it's almost time for your side. Take a look at the situation. Yun Nuashing slowly opened his multicolored eyes and stared at the sea of energy, because he had to carry out a slightly more important and special mission. He had adjusted the sea of energy to a calm state in advance. At this moment, the bottom of the sea of energy shone with a golden cross-shaped radiance. Moments later, the surrounding space also lit up as if responding to the starlight. Specks of starlight constantly flickered as they appeared, evenly filling the bottom of the sea of energy and spreading out in all directions. At the same time, a violent movement suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea of energy. The sea of energy was violently churning from the moment it appeared, and the area that was illuminated by the radiance also slowly arched up high, as if a mountain made of water was forming out of thin air. At the same time, a strange and unfamiliar feeling suddenly appeared in his senses, causing his expression to stiffen slightly. It seemed to be a movement gathered from the precursor of the void tremor at the permanent point. How should he describe it? It was as if the energy released by 2 million earthquakes had all gathered in one place and exploded all at once. How should he put it? This strange feeling made him think of the Great Reincarnation. No, he had never experienced the Great Reincarnation. Even though he had been tossing and turning in the reincarnation road for who knows how many lifetimes, he had never experienced the Great Reincarnation that would occur when the era changed. Even so, he instantly recognized the movement. It was the movement of the Great Reincarnation, as if something in the unseen world was telling him so that he could accurately distinguish it. In his impression, the Great Reincarnation was a rapid and extreme destruction. Logically speaking, the process should be incomparably violent, and in an instant, no life could sense that it was over. But now, the Great Reincarnation that was about to happen was not as violent as it felt. It was very calm, as if everything would happen naturally, and then naturally end. The energy released by 2 million void tremors had all gathered together. He really did not expect such a thing to happen. He did not expect such a thing to happen after all the energy released by the collapse of the permanent points were gathered together. It was completely unexpected great. He was going to be scolded and had to clean up the mess. The colorful eyes reflected the sea of energy that was getting brighter and brighter. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and pressed on the head of the little angel. She was also stunned for a while when she saw this scene. At this moment, she immediately understood, and turned into light spots and merged into his soul. "Brother Feng, how are things over there?" Sui Feng asked. "We have observed that all the shrines of origins and creations of origins in the permanent points have been connected. Is there any movement over there?" "Movement? Of course there is." Colorful energy surged over Yun Nuoxing's body. 2 pairs of azure wings appeared and extended little by little from his shoulder blades. The entire sea of energy boiled under his control in an instant. Countless starlight suddenly descended, and huge energy clusters appeared from all directions of the observer space. Suddenly, huge energy strands spread out from the sea of energy that was completely violent, weaving into a large silver-black net in the observer space. It was still spreading to every corner of the observer space at an unimaginable speed. When he saw the scene, he immediately shouted, "Inform everyone to seal off soul communication. Node 0 will be temporarily sealed. Everyone who is still in Node 0, hurry up and defend or run." Everyone. The lively commotion within the soul transmission had now turned deathly silent due to the sudden transmission of the highest order. Everyone's faces had turned deathly pale. This familiar, deadly tone. "Phone, what are you doing? Don't rush. The void is about to erupt in the observer space. Hurry up and defend. No, now. Evacuate Node 0. Quick." Everyone who was still in Node 0 was shocked when they heard this. Their habitual reaction made them all raise their hands and release their energy to the maximum in an instant. They aimed at the observer space and condensed a layer of impregnable energy barrier. Then they hurriedly took the important things and ran away. The action was completed in just 1 or 2 seconds. Everyone moved out of Node 0 in an instant. Just as they were about to press a few more layers of barriers in the Node 0, they saw huge golden and silver-black energy strands quickly spread out from inside the newly built energy barrier. The 2 strands weaved into a large active net that kept spreading, colliding, twisting, and invading the entire energy barrier. After a series of violent flashes, it turned into overflowing energy that filled the interior of the energy barrier. "Oh no, something big has happened." This was the same thought that appeared in the minds of all the Order warriors at the same time. An indescribable, unimaginably calm movement suddenly spread wantonly in the soul communication. It was an incomparably calm process, but it made everyone feel that it was so violent that it could tear the void down and crush it into dust. No matter what meaning or concept was given to millions of things here, everything would be calmly torn apart in this calm movement like a piece of paper. After this extremely contradictory movement spread out for a single breath, an equally huge and extremely violent movement instantly overtook this peaceful movement after expanding once more, suppressing it instead. The only thing left in the soul communication was a violent energy that was so violent that it could destroy the void. In an instant, the energy movement and aura that reached its peak caused countless Order warriors to feel an irresistible will of madness, as if the entire void was pressuring them. They were very familiar with this movement. When the high-tier Yuanshi of the underworld rushed out, it was also the same movement, absolute calm and absolute madness. The 2 movements clashed in an unknown situation, and no one knew what kind of movement it caused. Everyone could only watch as the layer of impregnable energy barrier was instantly twisted into a fried dough stick filled with dazzling light and silver-black light. After bitterly holding on for 10 seconds, the energy barrier finally could not withstand the crazy movements of the 2 big monsters inside and cracked open in an instant, completely collapsing in an instant. The shattered barrier released the 2 energies like a flood, filling the entire Node 0 in an instant. It was blocked by layers of Order realm and countless energy towers, and trapped here. No one felt the movement of the barrier. The internal space was calmly filled up. The pressure on the barrier was also rapidly rising, but it was still incomparably calm. This strange movement stunned everyone for a while. Dense energy beams fell from the void, and figures came out of the beams one after another. In less than half a minute, the entire Node Zero was completely surrounded. Everyone who rushed out was stunned for a moment when they saw the colorful and silver-black energy barrier in front of them. It can't be, can it? Hui looked at the spherical energy barrier that enveloped the entire Node Zero and was stunned for a moment. His face turned green. It was clearly occupied by two different energies, and he could not sense what was going on inside. When he was here, he could not feel anything. There was no sense of calmness, and there was no frenzy that seemed to be able to pierce through the void with bare hands. Everything seemed to be happening naturally, and it was difficult for anyone to sense anything out of the ordinary, even if it was them. The soul transmission is completely occupied by two different wills. I can't contact Brother Feng. Sui Feng grimaced in distress. How could this happen? How could this happen? We have deduced what could happen back and forth, but we have never thought about the void turbulence at all. Perhaps it's because of the magnitude. Sui Feng looked at the scene before her, her brow tightly furrowed. The celestial image in her eyes had completely disappeared, and nothing could be seen. It's a precursor to the void turbulence. In essence, it may be a mini-void turbulence, and we have gathered them here all at once. Everyone was sweating profusely. The power of 1,000,000 mini-void turbulences stacked together. It was a man-made void turbulence. Did they have a death wish? Everyone felt extremely uneasy in the face of what was before them. After some thought, they all raised their hands and threw out energy towers to build an energy barrier together. As white walls were thrown into the void, they kept strengthening their defenses and enveloping the place with their realm of order. Regardless of whether it would go against them or not, they felt that it was very dangerous. Therefore, they had to quickly raise their defenses, or else, crack. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the barrier that was still desperately trying to increase its defensive power. This crisp sound seemed to resound in everyone's heart, causing everyone to stop breathing and break out in cold sweat. Their eyes reflected the energy barrier, and they could clearly see the crack that had appeared on it, and it was rapidly spreading out. Oh, something big has happened. Hui was sweating profusely. He quickly switched to his guardian form. Just as he was about to smash his shield down to support the realm of primeval, the barrier suddenly expanded violently. Just when everyone thought that there would be a violent energy explosion from the inside, it suddenly solidified in an instant. Then it quickly shrank towards the center of the inner area, spinning and collapsing inwards. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was really going to explode. It would be troublesome to clean it up. As the energy cluster shrank little by little, the scene inside appeared in everyone's eyes. Everyone looked inside, and their cheeks trembled. They laughed bitterly. Although they had expected this, they could not help but laugh bitterly when they saw the empty void. The city of Node Zero had been melted. Fortunately, they had brought out the important things when they escaped. It was not that troublesome to rebuild it. When the two energy clusters completely disappeared, there was only one door left in the void. It was the door to the observer space. When they could not contact the observer, they saw that the door to the observer space was intact. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the two wills that were wantonly spreading through the soul communication seemed to be fading rapidly as the energy dissipated. It felt as if everything had calmed down. Anyway, let's rebuild Node Zero first. Don't go near the observer space before we send out the signal. Hui quickly waved his hand and said to everyone, Then he looked at Suifeng and the others. The group quickly rushed towards the observer space. So we're the ones who caused the explosion this time. If I'm not wrong. Hiss, I don't know how Lord Maple is doing. The two wills in the soul communication have not completely disappeared. I can't sense Lord Maple's condition. Since there's still movement, there should be no problem. Ahem, let's rebuild Node 0 quickly. By the way, do you remember what Node 0 looked like before? Well, I think I do. There was a tower in the middle, a snack street in the west, and the east. Everyone carefully thought about it. It took them 2 minutes to decide to build a new city. They probably could not remember what it looked like before. In the observer space, there were energy shock waves left after the two energies entangled. It was not the appearance of the energy explosion after the commotion had subsided. There was no violent movement left. Everything appeared very calm. It was so calm that it could quietly fuse the entire world group into energy. It should have been violent enough to turn this place upside down, but there was inexplicably no movement at all. There was a feeling of violent energy surging from the sea of energy, but there was no ripple on the surface. Whether it was space or time here, it seemed to be suppressed by a thing that tended to be calm. Even if they were affected by the violent energy and wanted to become violent, they pretended to be calm because of the existence of the former. At least on the surface, there would not be any turbulence. It was like a naughty child who wanted to cause trouble, but was stared at by his parents with the gaze of death. Maple stood quietly in the sea of energy. Thousands of stars descended beside him. The falling starlight fell on his body and dyed him into a star. His 2 pairs of fluttering azure wings were also dyed with the starlight and became incomparably bright. The light radiated dozens of feet away. He held his right hand horizontally. In the palm of his hand was a condensed energy ball that was only about 1 foot in radius. It was exactly the same as the energy ball that was about to burst the energy barrier outside. Maple! We saw that Maple seemed to be fine. He shouted and quickly ran over. When he saw Maple slowly turned his head, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He quickly said, "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. You almost scared me to death just now." No, there seems to be something wrong. Hui Gang let out a sigh of relief and quickly shook his head. He approached Maple and stared hard at him. Then he pointed at the energy ball hanging above. "This is the energy of the void, turbulence. What did you do just now? What's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you are now..." Brother Lei quickly said, "A high-level premier, the momentum and energy fluctuation of Maple at this moment were definitely comparable to that of a high-level premier. This was the memory and cognition of being beaten up by a high-level premier of the underworld. But the contradictory thing was that they could feel that his realm was still the state of the peak of origin." Yun Nuashing calmly turned his head and sighed. "The minor void turbulence almost exploded with me as the center. I had to risk my life. Don't worry. I just used part of the power of my trump card to forcibly push back the explosion of the minor void turbulence. Now it's all restrained here." He raised the energy ball in his hand and helplessly sighed. He waved his hand and threw it into the sea of energy. He watched it sink into the sea of energy and then continued. "I didn't think of this in advance and wasted a lot of energy. Fortunately, it's just a one-time explosion. If it's a continuous explosion of minor void turbulence, I'll be in trouble. I'll really be in trouble. You may have to destroy those things to stop it. As for my state, well, it's a trump card. Why do you think I've prepared this trump card for so long?" Yin Nuashing turned his head and grinned faintly. "It's just a trump card that costs my life. Like now, I'm sure I won't be able to hold on if I use the power of my trump card by force. My soul is still cracked. Using order, energy form by force, and using the energy that the sea of energy had accumulated for 5 eras without any preparation, it's about to crack. I feel like my soul is about to crack again. I'm kidding. Everyone was speechless. No, it didn't feel like a joke at all. They really felt that the crack in his soul was trembling, and they didn't know if it was trembling and trying to crack open. All right, we're back. Looks like the void turbulence is over. Hui sighed exasperatedly and looked at the sea of energy. It was only when he saw how calm it was that he continued to sigh. There shouldn't be any problems. We'll take care of things here. You should dispel your current state and rest for a while. I'm dispelling it. Yun Nuoshing nodded. It'll take some time to dispel it safely. Don't rush me. Speaking of which, didn't you guys want to know about the sea of energy? What is this trump card of mine used for? He suddenly turned around and looked at Hui and the others. He opened his arms and smiled. Endless starlight fell on his body, just like when he turned into the morning star and hung high in the void to illuminate the entire void. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at him directly. Take this opportunity to see clearly. This is my final preparation to resist this dream. The light of 600 billion worlds will light up the entire void like stars. But it's not enough. It's far from enough. If I want to cross this threshold, it's far from enough. His beautiful smile was reflected in their eyes. Billions of stars surrounded him like stars. This scene was incomparably sacred and dreamy. However, they also clearly captured the obsession and madness hidden deep in his colorful eyes. Even if it was just a casual word and expression, they could clearly feel that heavy obsession that couldn't be shaken. It was as if two scenes had overlapped into one. If one only looked at the surface, this scene was indeed very beautiful and dreamlike. However, if one saw his true face clearly, they would realize that the nature of this scene collapsed in an instant. It was as if he was telling others about his fragmented appearance. Chapter 1945. The incident of Node Zero being killed by the void turbulence was quite a big deal, but it was not a big deal. It was just a big deal. The price to pay. And the aftermath was that everyone had to rebuild Node Zero, although he could not even tell where it was after the reconstruction. But who cares? He would usually stay in the realm of order and the observer space when he had nothing to do. Changing the appearance of Node Zero was not a big deal. Whoever wanted to use it could arrange it themselves. There was nothing wrong with that. Yes, although the void turbulence broke out in the observer space, the things in the space were well protected. Things like the sanctum of creation and the space of creation were not affected. Before they came in, they were worried about whether they would have to rebuild many things. Now, they were relieved when they saw that there was no need. They just needed to clean up the bad atmosphere in the observer space, and they could do what they needed to do. Speaking of cleaning up, a certain stubborn guy spent a whole 3 hours to remove himself from the state of being a high-level premier. They watched his breath weaken step by step, and his speed was as fast as jumping off a cliff. But it still took him 3 hours. When he was done, they thought that he would fall immediately. They were all waiting for him to hit his head, and then quickly carried him to the sanctum of creation. Who knew that he just turned translucent, simply cleaned up the slightly affected observer space, and then sat down and continued to work. This guy really could not wait for half a day. His body was already translucent, and he was still very persistent in dealing with the source law. This was definitely too much. Everyone could not argue with him. After looking at him for a while, they felt that he should be fine, so they all returned to their positions to do their own things. He stood there and continued to watch Maple in case a certain silly guy fell down, and no one knew. Maple, who was obsessed with the source law, could not be stopped. Well, it could be said that he was obsessed with the source law, but in fact, it could be understood after a conversion. If the source law appeared, all the Order warriors in the Void front line would break through faster, and they could also reach high-level Premier within a limited time. In other words, their collective strength would increase by 4 or 5 levels, and they would have a higher chance of winning against the underworld. In other words, Maple was still trying his best to reverse the outcome that he and everyone thought was bound to lose. To search for the one and only one in the infinite sea of stars. What a heavy obsession. From the first time Maple said this, as they walked, he felt that this obsession was getting heavier and heavier. He was a little worried. After putting in so much effort, if in the end, forget it, he could not talk about this topic now. But here's your world core. He walked to Maple's side and threw a bunch of light orbs on the ground. He tilted his head to look at Maple, who was focused and extremely serious, and sighed softly in his heart. If this guy was not translucent, he would be more at ease. He did not know if the 2 girls in his soul could see him a little, or were they helping him now, or something, but it did not seem like it. If the 2 of them were helping him, Maple should not be becoming more and more transparent. How's the progress? Not so good. The progress is slow, although the materials are unlimited this time. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. He threw away the world core in his hand and felt depressed. His left hand moved to the side and touched another world core that he was about to fuse with, but he hesitated for a while. The overall progress stopped when trying to fuse the 7 world cores. I haven't found a way yet, but I'm often stuck at the 5th and 6th stages of 5th stages. What's going on with these 3 situations? Speaking of which, I can already advance to the 7th stage. Why are there still problems with the 5th and 6th stages? The fusion of 6 aspects and the fusion of 7 aspects didn't go very well. I haven't found the right path yet. As for the fusion of 5 aspects and the fusion of 6 aspects, I think it might be a matter of luck. Oh, my damned old friend. I really don't want to talk about luck, but I've been rigidly repeating the same steps every single time. I've been monitoring every single rule and energy, but there's nothing out of the ordinary that could cause them. That's what it was. Yun Nuoshing's face turned green. In any case, I don't understand it either. Whether it's my steps or my monitoring of the situation, there will occasionally be situations where the 6 world cores are successfully fused. However, most of the time, even the fusion of the 5 world cores will be stuck. Then, why don't you give me a number so that I can understand how difficult it is for you now? With a ratio of 1 to 20 to 200, I can produce a fusion of 5 aspects and a fusion of 6 aspects in 200 times. Currently, I've tried more than 500 times to advance to the 7th stage, but I haven't even found the slightest clue. It's not going very well. We rubbed his chin. It feels like the 5th and 6th stages are easier. The premise is that you ignore how much material you have to burn to get to the 5th stage. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. She lowered her head and sighed. Holding a world core in her hands, she was distressed. I don't understand. Hui expressed that he didn't understand either. However, he felt that he could say something. Could it be that there's a problem with your condition? Look at how transparent you are. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and looked at herself. When she removed that state, her transparency was estimated to be 10%. Now, her transparency was close to 80%. It looked like she would melt into the air in a while. Maybe there's a little impact, but after looking at the situation, the impact isn't that big. It's not because of my operation errors. If it's because of my poor condition that leads to all kinds of mistakes, wasting materials, and wasting energy, then it's definitely my own problem. But that's not the case. It's really not my own problem. Hui let out a stiff laugh. Everyone who tried to be brave felt that there was nothing wrong with them. It was just like how a drunk person never felt that he was drunk. It would be strange to believe his words. At this time, he had to take some coercive measures. Hui rushed forward and pressed down on Feng's head. The guardian's energy pounced on his face and shouted at his head, "Shuang shuang!" "Ming, press his soul down. This guy is about to die." "Hey, you." Yun Nuoxing turned pale with fright and hurriedly stood up. Then, with a plop, she fell into the sea. Shuang shuang and Little Angel came out of Yun Nuoxing's soul. Seeing that he was about to be diluted in the air, they looked at each other helplessly. The latter shrugged at Hui. "This guy is too stubborn. There's nothing we can do about him. He's just an idiot." Shuang Shuang mumbled as she picked up Little Xing Xing. Seeing that he still had an unwilling look on his face, even though he had fainted, she couldn't help but sigh. She bowed slightly to Hui and said, "Then we'll take him to rest first." Hui had a headache and waved his hand repeatedly. "Hurry up, hurry up." Watching the three of them go away, Hui rolled his eyes. He guessed correctly. Shuang Shuang and Little Angel had been helping to hold Feng's soul so that he wouldn't fall into a state of collapse. However, they didn't help much. Seeing that he was becoming more and more transparent, he knew it. It was just that these two girls couldn't get rid of a guy who had turned on the mode of drilling through the south wall. They still needed his help. Really, what kind of broken thing is this? Hui sighed with one hand on his waist. He picked up a pile of world cores and put it in his hand. The inside of the golden ball of light wasn't a solidified creation with an exact shape. Well, there was no need to mold an exact shape for the world core now. Anyway, it would explode before it was completed. The aura of 6 primordial realms. Only 1 or 2 primordial realms left. The speed of the flow of energy, rules, and order feels a bit fast. It seems to be beyond the limit of what this world core can bear. It's more than 10 times the limit. Even if the structure of the world core is strengthened after the fusion, it still can't bear it. Hui put the world core on his hands and twirled it back and forth with a puzzled look. He didn't understand what this thing was. What? Break it? Don't worry. There were still 30 or 40 world cores piled up on the ground. It didn't matter if they broke it. Anyway, there was no limit to the materials now. He just picked it up and took a look. If he could find something useful, that silly girl wouldn't have to work so hard. He held the 2 world cores and called out in the soul transmission, "Sui Feng, are you free?" Other than watching everyone walk around in the domain of origin and go through the baptism of origin, there's nothing else. What's wrong with you? Little brother Feng is finally lying down. Sui Feng's voice immediately sounded. The words that came out of his mouth made him spit out a mouthful of water. I just knocked him out with a slap. Now he's asking his girl to bring him to a place to rest. Knock him out. Sui Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forced dizziness was still okay. It's been 7 days. Little brother Feng has been out of the extreme state for 7 days. I'm panicking just thinking about the time. Finally, he's lying down. Although this sounded a bit cursing, anyone who saw Feng in that state would probably want him to lie down quickly, hanging in a translucent state and doing all kinds of big things here all day long, and his soul was split in half. It was scary. In the past 7 days, those who came in bowed silently when they saw Feng, and then quickly slipped away to the sanctuary of creation. He was familiar with that look. It was as if they were watching someone die heroically. If he looked at it a few more times, he suspected that someone would start to give a speech. "As long as you're free, I'll go over." Hui held the 2 world cores firmly and was about to teleport when he thought about it. He was worried that the movement of teleportation would make the two unstable bombs even more unstable. It was safer for him to run over. In the domain of origins, there was still a large group of people coming and going as if they were strolling in a market. It was impossible to keep quiet, but if one listened carefully, one would find that 10% of the conversation was idle chatter, and 90% was about various things in the void. Well, most of the conversation could barely be counted as idle chatter. After all, they were all members of the Void Patrol Party. When they were running around the void and carrying out missions, they would always hear or see a lot of things that could be treated as serious matters or idle chatter. As long as it was not something big, it basically did not matter. He had intended to ignore it, but he accidentally caught some other voices that made him stop. The Order Void is becoming restless again. I'm a little annoyed just looking at it. The few times I passed by, I saw them fighting to the death. Phew, don't look at me like that. I just accidentally took out an energy tower, but I haven't fired a shot. If I wasn't holding you back last time, you would have smashed them with a shot. You're just a newly ascended primeval god, and you're throwing an energy tower at a group of pinnacle origins. You really? Why don't you just throw a new generation of energy tower and use the previous generation instead? TCH, to save resources, using energy towers to bombard them is already showing them respect. I've mentioned this to the commander and the others, but the higher-ups said that it was not worth it since Lord Maple said that declaring war on all of them was too troublesome, and they were reluctant to directly flatten the Order Void. Still, is it really okay to let them fight amongst themselves? I think it might not be good. I don't know. TCH, that can't be. Didn't I hear that the Order Void had finished fighting amongst themselves? Leaving us out of the Void front line, there seems to be a situation where one faction is the dominant faction. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? I'm just annoyed because, I don't know. Phew, it still won't work. I'll take a look when I'm done with welfare in a few days. Let's go take a look. It's too uncomfortable to have a fire in your backyard. Can't those fellows just be a little more peaceful? After listening to the muttering, we came to the depths of the origin domain with all sorts of unpleasant feelings, and found Sui Feng, who was staring blankly at a pillar with nothing to do. Before he could greet Hui Jun, he turned around and saw that Hui Jun's expression was not too pleasant. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Why do you look so gloomy? Did Brother Maple's condition worsen?" "Not really. That fellow is lying down well now." Hui Jun shook his head and sighed. "I'm a little troubled to hear about the Order Void all of a sudden." It's about the Order Void having internal strife again. How long has it been since you last heard of such news? As soon as he started, Sui Feng knew what he was referring to. They were all higher-ups and had all received the news. The only ones who didn't know were little brother Feng, the slacker Hui Jun, and model worker. He was talking about little Qingzi. They were the ones who passed on the news. As for why they didn't report it to the two managers, they couldn't report it. If they accidentally ran into little brother Maple, who was overly irritated one day, and reported it to him, little brother Maple, who already held a great grudge against the Order Void, might impulsively raise his hand and flatten the entire Order Void with Origin, Chaos, Pseudo-High Primeval Edition. They had clearly felt that grudge when little brother Maple used Chaos, Pseudo-High Primeval Edition. It was a grudge that was incomparably deep, profound, and serene. The reason why little brother Maple was still merciful was because he still had some lingering feelings for the Order Void. But it was only a little, and far from being as firm as they imagined. Speaking of this, Hui Jun now firmly believed that Brother Maple could single-handedly overturn the entire Void front line and collapse the Order Void. Brother Maple in the pseudo-high-level premier power form. This This was fortunate that Brother Maple did not use his trump card when he was in the chaos state. Otherwise, the Order Void would have already been declared to be finished. Even if they moved another Void frontline, it might not be enough. The underworld might also have a headache. Fortunately, the Order Realm had sealed off Brother Maple's eruption of minor void turbulence. If the underworld had detected it at this moment and felt a very strong threat, they might have already led their troops to the void front line. Let's not talk about this. When the time comes, we'll deal with it properly. If there's a fire in the backyard, a bucket of cold water will be enough. Sui Feng waved his hand and looked at the two light orbs floating beside Hui Jun. He seemed to understand why Hui Jun came. Oh, this is the world core that Brother Maple messed around with. This is, there are a total of 6 primordial realms environmental laws. You brought this thing here for me to see. Does this mean that Brother Maple is stuck at this step? While that silly girl is asleep, I'm here to find a way. Hui Jun nodded. Take a look. I've seen it. It's not complicated. The process and the essence of this moment are not complicated. If I'm not wrong, the most important step should be the complete integration of the 8 primordial realms environmental laws. That's the most complicated and important step. Sui Feng raised his hand and took one of the world cores. He studied it for a while. Could it be because the structural strength is not enough to support it? But this is already the best type of world core that can be rewound. I can't take out a better one. Damn, it's more than 12 times the pressure that it can withstand. Brother Maple is really able to forcibly stabilize it. Wait, that's not right. There's an additional trace of modification here. It seems that Brother Maple added it. Let me see. With this, it seems to be able to withstand 200 times more pressure than the original structural strength. In other words, it has nothing to do with the structural strength for the time being. Did Brother Maple say anything? Hui Jun scratched his head. He mentioned luck. Oh, my old friend, this definitely has nothing to do with the damned luck. Talking about luck with this damned void is just nonsense. What I mean is, luck is impossible. But I roughly understand what Brother Maple is trying to say. After eliminating all the known circumstances that could cause a difference, the rest can only be attributed to luck. Sui Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Blue light surged in his black eyes, accompanied by surging starlight. It was the same as his sister's eyes. Hui Jun waited for 2 minutes until Sui Feng raised his head and looked over. I don't know. Sui Feng shrugged. Well, it was not a surprising answer, but he did not have too much hope for it. Don't be hasty. I have a small speculation. Sui Feng breathed into his palms and rubbed his hands. His eyes were still glowing with blue starlight. Brother Maple can't solve it. He can't find the problem. I can't see the problem either. Based on the conditions we have now and the situation we know, if we rule out the possibility that it involves tampering with the void, the foundation of the greater Yuan realm, the only answer can only be Hui Jun's face twitched a few times. Concept level power. This was a blind spot in their knowledge, and it seemed that it could only have something to do with this. Come to think of it, Maple's inspiration came only after he was stabbed by the chaos concept entity. Oh, and he also mentioned that his consciousness had touched something after wandering around the origin void, or the origin environment. Could it be that it was related to this? Hui Jun crossed his arms and said helplessly, is it possible that we lack some conditions? For example, concept level power? Oh, if that's the case, then half of what we've done so far will be in vain. Even if we manage to fuse the 7 world cores by chance, the last step is not something that can be achieved by chance. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. As for the remaining half, they had given it to Brother Maple to strengthen the sea of energy. It was not a loss, but they still felt that it was a loss. It would be bulsh asterisk T if they said that they didn't expect the source law. However, they didn't dare to show too much expectation. Brother Maple was under so much pressure that he could collapse the 8 elements realm at any time. They shouldn't put more pressure on him. Well, if it's related to what Brother Maple mentioned before, I think we may have to help Brother Maple explore his own essence. It's not easy to open up and explore a new path of quasi-nothingness and source derivative. We don't have much contact with the source environment, so we may have to let Brother Maple deal with it himself. To sum it up, it was difficult to deal with. They never thought that dealing with the source law would be so troublesome to the point of making people grit their teeth in anger. But it made sense when they thought about it. It was an act of opening up an environment's law to forcefully bypass the blockade of this world's environment. The difficulty was no less than running out alone while being surrounded by 400 chaos concept bodies. If it was the origin god, he could only obediently return to the continent of origins and wait for the channeling bar. Well, it was a bit exaggerated, but that was what it meant. It was an environmental condition. Once they successfully crossed it, the power of countless order warriors would skyrocket. Opening up a new path was troublesome in the first place. Compared to before, where they could not make much progress, this was actually better. They could see that their progress was increasing bit by bit, which meant that they saw hope. Now, they were stuck halfway. Perhaps they needed 1 or 2 opportunities, such as touching some origin creation or Maple himself becoming enlightened. The relics of the gods are almost empty. There's nothing worth noticing. Suefeng's face stiffened. A moment later, he sighed. After all, they have already looted everything. How could they leave behind some trash for us? That's really divine language of the gods. Hui was speechless. Although he did not understand, he seemed to understand that Suefeng was cursing. Brother Maple, you can only rely on yourself to explore the path of essence. As for us, we can help from the side, but that is if Brother Maple needs help. Hui snapped his fingers. Should we find a chaos concept body and give Maple another stab? That's a poisonous idea. You want the void of order to collapse too, don't you? What did the void of order do to you? If Brother Maple takes another stab, he will really volunteer to join the void of chaos. Then, if they hit him with a sea of energy, everything will be over. Ahem. I was just casually mentioning it. Yes, casually mentioning it. Perhaps it was because everything that had happened in the past few days was related to Chocho. He had a dream the moment he lay down. He did not know when it had started, but he would dream every time he slept. It was not a joke to suffer from insomnia all year round. Although life forms like him could basically control themselves to fall asleep in seconds as soon as they lay down, it was not up to them to decide whether they would dream or not. It was up to their mind and soul. Sometimes, even if they were properly held down before they fell asleep, there was no guarantee that they would not toss and turn when they slept. For example, when one woke up to find that their head and feet had changed positions or that their entire body had changed from vertical to horizontal, if they tossed and turned, they would be even more tired than if they had not slept at all. Furthermore, given that he had a mysterious identity as a rag doll all year round, it was common for him to wake up and find that there were 1 or 2 more maidservants on top of him or beside him. After running far away, he had a dream in a daze. Perhaps he was more awake, as he could more clearly feel that he was standing in the source environment, looking at the dark background. He was lost in thought. This time, he could more clearly feel that there was a different existence in the darkness, even if his vision was not dyed. Then, 1 orb, 2 orbs, 3 orbs, and a large pile of orbs with diameters ranging from 1 meter to 1,000 light years appeared beside him. He was submerged in the sea of orbs, as if he was trapped in the center of a galaxy. In his vision, there were all kinds of dazzling flashes and even more intense flashes. He felt that his eyes were going to be blinded by this surging sea of light, and his brain was going to be cooked. Oh, this organ was also there for decoration. Wandering in this sea of light, suddenly, a true sea of light fell from above, like a waterfall spanning thousands of light years, from the top to the bottom of the source environment. With a force as heavy as the void, it slapped on his body, sweeping him together with this sea of balls. Suddenly, a gulp-gulp sound like drowning sounded in his mind. He also waved his hands and struggled for a while like a drowning person, subconsciously opening his mouth. Then, the entire sea of light suddenly collapsed at an extremely fast speed, with a force of 1,000,000 tons gushing into his mouth, and in an instant, a series of hallucinations, shouting slogans sounded in his soul. Gulp, gulp. He also waved his hands and struggled for a while like a drowning person, and subconsciously opened his mouth. Then, the entire sea of light suddenly collapsed at an extremely fast speed, with a force of 1,000,000 tons rushing into his mouth, and in an instant, a series of hallucinations, shouting slogans sounded in his soul. The city gate is open. Go. Go. This seemed to be the voice of the group of source energy spirits. When he heard it, he was startled awake, with cold sweat all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw the starry sky, but there was no roof. His perception told him that he was in the observer space, and he did not know who carried him to which corner after he was knocked unconscious by Huey's slap and the two girls in his soul. Yun Nuwashing rubbed his eyes, throwing aside the faint sense of unconsciousness in his soul to destroy it. Just as he was about to sit up, he felt a tightening feeling coming from all over his body. He turned his head and saw Shuang Shuang's arms and legs wrapped around him like an octopus. Her long hair, which was comparable in length to Dao Denier's, was tightly wrapped around him from top to bottom, as if she was afraid that he would be the first to wake up, and she would run away. He could also hear the light breathing of the girl in deep sleep. It was a little cold, and the cold wind was blowing at his ears and collar. On the other hand, the little angel was using his other arm as a pillow. He and Shuang Shuang were pressing one of her wings on their backs, while the other was covering the three of them. One of her arms was pressing on his neck, and it looked like she was about to perform a chokehold. He could totally imagine that this situation was caused by the terrible sleeping habits of the little angel. The two girls were probably using their combat form to enter dreamland and chained him here. He had been struggling for 2 minutes, but he could not move any part of his body except for his right hand. Although he could stand up and drag the two girls out of the door, it was obviously not a good idea. Taking some time to check himself, he found that his body was no longer transparent. However, it had only been half a day since he had been slapped unconscious, which was clearly not enough time for him to recover. In that case, it seemed that his recovery had been accelerated because his consciousness had accidentally wandered into the source environment, especially when the last scene of 1,000 light-year wide ocean of energy and light crashing into his mouth. He felt as if he had swallowed an entire void region. That place also had the ability to recuperate and recover, throwing away the weird thoughts in his mind and ignoring the fact that he was being chained by the two girls in combat form. He freed his right hand and took out a piece of the world core and threw it in front of him. He did not even need to use his hand. He raised his hand just for show. While he was in good shape, he had to quickly eliminate the problems that would arise when the world core fuses. If there were still problems in this state, it would definitely not be because of his poor condition. But if that's the case, will there only be a problem of concept left? How troublesome. He could not help but sigh. Chapter 1946. He had been thinking about the source law for a long time, even before he gave it a name. At that time, he was just imagining how many problems could be solved if he could use the law of the chaos era. Many years had passed since then, and he had explored hundreds of paths, piecing together a lot of fragments and materials. His efforts and the price he paid today were only enough to support a path that seemed to be successful. Now, he was at the stage where he desperately wanted to break through the door. But the door was a little hard, and the path was a little slippery. He had lost count of how many times he fell, and his elbows were swollen, but he still could not break through the door. The result was the same as what he had expected before he was pushed down. It had nothing to do with his condition. His current condition was not bad, but it was still acceptable. It was not a problem for him to change forms and cast origin, chaos a dozen times. Even in this state, he could not find a way to fuse the heart of the world with the seventh stage. Moreover, he would still be stuck on the path of the fifth and sixth stages. Nothing would go smoothly. This was not his own problem. If it really had something to do with the concept, wouldn't that be nonsense? How could he fix it? Was he going to give up halfway on this path? But he could not seem to find a more reliable path. No way, no way, no way, no way. After destroying the 1000th world core, Yun Nuoshing felt a little frustrated. He rolled his eyes and let out a long sigh. He did not know how many world cores and environmental laws he had secretly taken from the Sea of Energy. If someone was watching over the Sea of Energy, his movements would have been exposed. If I really lack the concept, the power of the concept, what should I do? I suddenly have a very wonderful idea. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart before he had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up, and he sat up abruptly, but he did not sit up. He was still locked down by the two girls. They were really in combat mode and kept him here. A wonderful idea was indeed a wonderful idea. His teammates would occasionally have some wonderful ideas, but most of them would be strangled to death in the cradle. He was different. He had popped up and was about to execute it immediately because no one was there to strangle his nerves, especially at this time. Rolling his eyes, he looked in the direction of the sanctuary of creation. He felt that no one would pay attention to this place in a short period of time, so he was relieved. He sneakily grabbed all the world cores on the surface of the Sea of Energy and stuffed them into his soul. He lay down and thought for a while. He raised his hand and summoned the Netheruan sword and the rhythm of light. He poked the rhythm of light with the Netheruan sword and left a mark on it. He then threw the latter into the Sea of Energy and stuffed the Netheruan sword into his soul. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His soul and consciousness quietly dived and went to the source environment again. Visiting the source environment consecutively in a short period of time had caused a certain degree of wear and tear on his soul and consciousness. It seemed that every time he entered and exited, part of his soul and consciousness would be damaged. This time, he felt dizzy not long after he entered the source environment, and his head was buzzing. This time, the source environment was very quiet, and there was no strange movement. He stood there and waited for a long time until the buzzing in his head subsided a little. Then he began to prepare. His consciousness stood in the spiritual world and looked at the gray ground in front of him that was obviously split into two halves and then sewn back together. He was silent for a while. He squatted down and touched the crack for a while. His expression was strange and hesitant. After a while, he stood up and waved the Netheruan sword in his hand. His face twitched a few times. I'm sure there's something wrong with it. He's crazy. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. His soul put his hand into his pocket and hesitated for a few seconds. Then he took another deep breath. His eyes widened, and he threw all the world cores into the source environment like throwing out bait. Clang! The moment the foreign object broke into the source environment, it caused a great disturbance. With a loud boom, the entire source environment boiled, as if a huge force of origin energy and annihilation energy had seen each other. Their eyes turned red when they saw each other, and they fought to the death on the spot. It was truly a battle of life and death. The hundreds of world cores that carried the laws of the two elements realm were wrapped in a thin layer of energy barrier. They were like leaves that were constantly being hit by the waves and kept swaying in the sea. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the hilt of the Nethervoid sword with both hands and stabbed it into the soul fissure. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the hilt of the Nethervoid sword with both hands and stabbed it into the soul fissure. Ouch! Ouch, 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 ouch. F***CK. The sound of the giant sword piercing into the soul crack was too ear-piercing. The pain from the wound was clearer and more obvious than any other injury. The pain that spread rapidly was like watching a saw slowly sawing him from the middle. It was strange and painful. At that time, he cried out in pain, enduring the heart-wrenching pain in his soul. He gritted his teeth and activated the origin energy. With a low roar, he swung the Netheruan sword with all his might and tore open the sewn soul crack. Clang! The earth trembled like thunder. The sky of the soul world was covered by a thick haze again. This time, it spread to places where it could not reach last time, covering most of the light in the soul world. The grayish-white ground began to tremble crazily under the earth-shattering tremors, one after another. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the ground. Then, the ground continued to move apart under the continuous tremors and shaking. It only stopped when the hole was at least 1,000 feet away. The whole process lasted less than half a minute, but it made him feel as if an entire era had passed. It was so painful that his soul was about to dim. His soul's face was already distorted. Even the act of raising his hand was like that of an old man. He trembled for a long time before he waved his hand and wrapped the turbulent origin energy in a ball of energy. He rubbed it together with the world core and fiercely pulled the two things into his soul. He threw them into the soul crack. Hiss, I'm sure it won't work. Can this thing complete the next step on its own? Just as he finished this step, Yun Nuoshing's entire body went soft and collapsed to the ground. His hands pressed against the ground as his entire body trembled nonstop. From time to time, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so weak that even his expression had become somewhat stupefied. That was what he thought. But when he saw the chaos below like firecrackers, he knew that this thing would not be able to complete it on its own. Of course, he would need to intervene. But he had just torn open his scar and slashed his soul. The crack continued to expand, bringing him double the pain in all aspects. At this moment, his soul and consciousness were trembling a little. Even if he wanted to intervene, he would have to wait until he finished trembling here. No, I can't do it. My soul has become weak. The people outside who are watching me will definitely know that something is wrong with me. I have to do it before Hui and the others come back to their senses. He rolled his eyes. Even if he added 2 more conditions, he could not say that it would be done immediately. This was not like stir-frying vegetables. While they were not home yet, he could use a fierce fire to stir-fry a few dishes and eat them while he was at it. His thoughts had gone astray. Anyway, he had to do it quickly. His goal was to secretly solve this problem before anyone found out. In the domain of origin, Hui, Suifeng, and the others discussed for a long time, but still could not figure out how to create a concept-level power. Even if they could not really use it, they could at least borrow it. More than 100 directions of discussion, without exception, were all about the result of being slashed by the chaotic concept body. It was about the same as a collective fart after a long discussion. The group of people lowered their heads, helplessly. The tangled atmosphere and low pressure gathered here made everyone who came to undergo the baptism of origin quietly avoid this domain. Let's not talk about the chaotic concept body. Well, let's not talk about this disgusting thing. Can't we think of another way? Is there really no other way? Hui covered his forehead with an expression as if his head was about to split open. Is this really the only way? This is not really a way. This is just talking about something that is theoretically possible. But you and I both know that in reality, it is impossible to implement such an unreliable plan. Sui Feng sighed in distress and turned to look at his sister. Sister, do you see anything? Is there really no other way? They had tried, but there was no progress. A large pile of smoking wreckage left on the ground silently told them that their actions were a waste of energy. Sui Feng and the girl in white looked up after a while and shook their heads at the same time. Sui Feng sighed. We can't find any workable plan. When the laws of the seventh primordial realms environment are integrated, there will be an abnormal interference that is completely unobservable. We can only assume that it is caused by the obstruction of the concept, and it is a very strong resistance. In the past, when the gods forcibly declared the end of the chaos era, I'm afraid that the series of measures that they took at that time were also preparations to prevent the chaotic concept body from putting the chaos era back. Will we encounter this resistance when the primordial laws are reproduced? I don't know. I've never heard Feng mention it, but I did hear him say that the primordial god had given him directions on how to do it better. If we really want to break through the resistance left behind by the seal of the chaos era, there is no way that he would not be told such an important condition, right? Brother Lei stroked his chin and said, "What if Her Eminence forgot about it?" Everyone. Oh no, they thought that it was very possible. Hui coughed dryly and dug out a big hole in the space beside him. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about that. Let's explore for a while before Feng wakes up and see if we can find something else. Sui Feng and the rest turned their heads. What's wrong? Hui dug into the portal for a while and frowned. He then expanded the portal a little and poked his head in. A moment later, he pulled back with a strange look. Did we burn a lot of materials? Everyone was stunned and lowered their heads. The ground was a mess. A large pile of luminous ball wreckage was lying on the ground, telling the tragedy of this place. Sui Feng even laughed dryly and swept the wreckage with his foot, with a helpless look. Quite a lot. A few hundred? Brother Lei scratched his head, awkwardly. Used up. Yes. Huey's expression continued to become weird. But that shouldn't be the case. I remember Maple had left a lot of materials. As he spoke, he poked his head out of the portal again, and his voice became weird. There's nothing hidden in the sea of energy. Wait a minute. Look at the sea of energy. Isn't it quieter? Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned their eyes to the sea of energy in the observer dimension. The sea was calm. Stars dotted the surface of the sea, and they could see the reflection of the galaxy in the water. It was too calm. The sea of energy had never been so calm except for the last time when it was drained. It was as if someone had deliberately made it quiet. Huey's face turned pale. Could it be something wrong? Is the sea of energy overflowing? Or did something happen at the residence station? Don't. If something like this happened when Feng is not here, I have to go and apologize. There is nothing wrong with the residence station. The transmission of the concept-level rule fragments is normal. Sui Qing's line of sight jumped to the other end of the permanent residence and looked back and forth for a while. Then she shifted her gaze to the sea of energy and frowned slightly. Abnormal. The concept-level law fragment disappeared rapidly after entering the sea of energy. What's going on? Sister, Can you still see the traces? Can you see where the fragments have gone? I can't find any trace. They have disappeared into thin air. The sea of energy, concept-level rule fragments. This could only be related to Feng himself. But that guy was sleeping well. Hui silently touched his chin, a little doubtful. He found his soul seed. As soon as he took a look, his face suddenly changed. What is Feng doing? Why is his soul so weak that it is about to collapse? Wasn't he just taken away to rest? He was fine just now. I personally saw that he had almost recovered before I could rest assured. After he shouted, everyone turned their attention to the soul transmission. Sure enough, they saw that someone's soul was so weak that it was about to completely dim, and it was unknowingly weakened to such a state. There was no abnormal movement in the middle. They all relaxed when they heard that he was taken away to rest. But now, well, they still underestimated someone's willfulness. He must have moved that part of the fragments away, and he was still doing something sneaky. This guy is itching for a beating. This time, I must beat him up. Hui cursed as he rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk out. Sui Feng and the others thought for a while and rubbed their hands together. Let's go and teach him a lesson. Just as everyone was murderous and ready to teach a lesson to someone who did not take them seriously, an unprecedentedly powerful energy reaction appeared in everyone's senses without warning. In an instant, it penetrated the shield of the domain of origin. Indescribable rules, order, and energy quickly spread out. Wrapped in some kind of extremely sacred energy and rules, it seemed to be able to reach the top. In an instant, it filled the entire domain and descended on everyone. At the same time, everyone's soul trembled. The rules and order suddenly became restless and uncontrollable, startling the energy in the body. The three spontaneously moved and joined forces to crash into the soul. More than half of the shackles that entangled the soul and the divinity of the soul were broken in an instant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk streaks of violent radiance of energy suddenly burst out from the domain of origin. Many people had uncontrollably raised their state to the extreme, as if the seal that had been abruptly worn away had given them a pass to advance. Moreover, they were in such an environment that had suddenly become abnormal and excessively powerful, and under the influence of the abnormal environment, they actually wanted to break through to the next level. It was a complete rampage, completely uncontrollable. This is Sui Feng and the others' faces changed drastically. Looking at the shackles that had become much weaker, their eyes were bursting with disbelief. They had already used up all the methods to weaken the shackles a long time ago. Even if they used the power of origin to wear down the shackles, they could only wear them down bit by bit. How could there be a way to suddenly shorten the shackles' duration by a large margin? Huey's eyes widened and his face changed for a while. Seeing that everyone was a little panicked in the domain, he quickly waved his hand and shouted. His voice spread across the domain of origin. Calm down. Calm down. Don't panic. Everyone who can break through to the next level, suppress your restless soul first. Leave the domain of origin and find a place to settle it by yourselves. Everyone else, get used to the drastically changed environment. Before that, don't do anything. Your observer might have done something terrible. Let's wait for a moment before we confirm the situation. The domain of origin, which was slightly chaotic, quieted down after this shout. 70% of the Order warriors sat down and began to adjust themselves. The remaining 30% were flushed red, their bodies trembling as they hurriedly ran out of the domain of origin. They could not hold it in any longer. Not only did this sudden drastic change in the environment reduce the duration of their seal by half, it also forced them to break through their realm. This was an old sin. The difficulty of breaking through a realm like this could be ranked in the top 3, breaking through in a new environment that was so violent and unstable that they had yet to adapt to it was like a mortal fishing in a stormy sea with huge waves. Beside them were all huge sea monsters that were more than 10,000 feet tall and were eyeing covetously. In this situation, they did not know whether they were going out to fish or delivering themselves to the door to be eaten. It was this overly dangerous situation that made them feel a series of death omens above their souls. They did not even have time to think about what Lord Maple had done to cause such a big commotion. Hui and the others hurriedly rushed out of the door and looked up at the sky. A sacred golden curtain of light descended from the sky. It was as thin as a veil and had a colorful aurora curtain that shrouded the entire observer space. The endless starry sky was dyed with a gorgeous color. The light of billions of stars had never been so bright before. It could light up the entire night sky. That was the light of the beginning, but there was something mixed in it. There was a very strange aura mixed in it, making the entire space a little, that was very strange. It was like the aura of the void, of the origin. It was their existence that suddenly changed the environmental rules of the entire observer space. This environmental rule could even replace the general environmental rule at this moment. The Great Environment Law is a great environment law that is even stronger than the Great Environment Law of our era. The girl in white looked up and said, her voice was a little excited, and she felt a little incredulous. He did it. The source rule. He did it. We looked at the starry sky for a while. His eyes hurriedly swept across the starry sky and the aurora curtain. After looking for a while, he finally found a golden and colorful light that soared into the sky. It was very weak, but he was sure that it was the source. Just as he turned around and was about to rush over, a blue and white figure suddenly broke through the space and rushed out. Hui, who was about to run up, was so scared that he hurriedly stopped. Shuang, who rushed out of the spatial door and almost bumped into Hui, was also shocked, but then she hurriedly grabbed Huey's arm and rushed into the spatial door. Come quickly. Little Star's condition is not right. Come quickly. Hui was dragged into the spatial door by Shuang before he could even make a sound. At this time, Sui Feng and the others remembered that little brother Feng had suddenly become extremely weak. Their expressions became serious, suddenly becoming weak and suddenly completing the source rule. If these two things were not related, they would immediately drink the sea of energy dry. The group hurriedly rushed into the spatial door. Just as they entered the door and stood on the platform of the small floating island, they saw a strange scene. Shuang and Little Angel were using all their strength to hug, press, pull. No, they could not recognize what they were doing. In short, they seemed to be using all their strength to control little brother Feng. The two of them, one in front and one behind, used all their strength to entangle little brother Feng's hands and half of his body. Little brother Feng's face was full of pain and difficulty. He struggled crazily as if he was sick from taking drugs. He only needed to explode a little bit of energy to show that he was going to go berserk. Hui Jun was dumbfounded at the side. He had no place to put his hands. Come and help. Let's take down Little Star first. Little Angel saw that the reinforcements had arrived on the battlefield and hurriedly shouted at Hui, don't just stand there. Come, As soon as she finished her sentence, she was thrown back by Little Star's brute force that was struggling with all its might. Hui shivered and immediately switched to his guardian form and rushed forward. Brother Lei and Sui Feng moved together with him. The three of them pounced forward like wolves. Shuang, who was still trying her best to control Little Star, was shocked and quickly retreated. The three anxious people rushed forward at the same time, one on the left, one in the middle, and one in the right. Each of them pressed down on a spot and pressed little brother Feng to the ground. They used so much force that little brother Feng was pressed to the ground. He looked like a human trafficker who was about to be sent to prison. Little Angel and Shuang hurriedly went forward. No, forcefully control Little Star will crack. As soon as Hui said that, he saw a 1.5 meter long crack appear on Maple's body from top to bottom. The crack immediately cracked, and pieces of glass fell down. It looked like glass that was about to shatter. Sui Feng and elder brother Lei were startled and subconsciously let go. Then little brother Feng, who had lost control of his body, slapped the three of them on the chin and sent them flying. When they crawled up, they were dumbfounded. Everyone felt like they had suffered 1,000,000 tons of psychological damage from that slap. Little Angel and Shuang rushed forward to entangle him. Now everyone understood why the action was so strange. It was to restrict his movements, afraid that he would kill himself. They saw Little Angel punching himself in the head twice as soon as he got out of the clamp. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone was dumbfounded. However, they could not restrict him too much. If he struggled forcefully when he could not move, he would tear himself apart from the inside. I don't know why. First, build the domain of origin and try to pacify him with energy. Sui Qing waved to everyone and then stepped forward. Her blue eyes stared at Feng Ling, who was struggling in front of her. She said to Little Angel, "And Shuang, can you try to turn his face around?" Little Angel could not help but smile bitterly. This is not good. Ugh, I can't hold it. At this time, the girl in white suddenly appeared behind Feng Ling. She pressed his face with both hands and tilted his head so that his face, which was full of pain, was facing Sui Qing. Quick! Sui Qing opened her blue eyes slightly and mobilized the energy of the domain of origin. She stretched out a slender finger and pressed it on Feng Ling's forehead. A faint and indiscernible small star field appeared on Feng Ling's forehead. She whispered softly, "Please calm down." Feng Ling shuddered and slowly stopped struggling. Immediate results. She had just finished murmuring and relaxed a little when she saw that Feng Ling, who had just calmed down a little, had become even more agitated. She was stunned for a moment, and her expression became even more serious. She said in a hurried tone, "Increase the energy. Hui Jun, the Guardian's energy suppression." Coming. Hui, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately jumped up and smashed his shield on the ground. The energy of Holy Shock suddenly burst out on the ground and merged with the domain of origin. All the energy in the domain was channeled into Feng Ling's soul. Hui then jumped up and punched Feng Ling's head. "Calm down, you idiot!" This time, the effect was immediate. Maple, who was still struggling madly, lost all his strength in an instant. He was held by the Little Angel and Shuang and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and wiped off their sweat. It was really hard to suppress this guy. The last time he turned into a chaos, it took everyone's lives. This time, it was even harder to hold on without killing anyone. "You knocked him out, didn't you?" Sui Feng's eyelids twitched. "Hey, this is pacification, physical pacification," Hui said with his hands on his waist. Everyone was speechless. This was more like physical sleep. Little Angel quickly turned the unconscious Little Star over. When she was about to check the situation, she was stunned. Hui wiped his sweat and went over to take a look. He immediately jumped up and grimaced in pain. His face was so green that it looked like he had just been beaten up by the Chaos Concept body. F***CK. This guy is so agitated that he's crying. Everyone's face twitched when they heard that. They only felt a chill creeping into their souls, making them feel uncomfortable. Although they were uncomfortable, they still went over to take a look. There were still 2 streaks of tears on Feng Ling's face. Then, they felt even more uncomfortable. They could accept this guy vomiting blood, being half dead, collapsing, and turning into a ball of light. These were all common occurrences for him. They were already used to such scenes. However, to make him cry was probably more difficult than tearing down the chaos void. This super explosive, mobile source of destruction, the representative of the origin heavenly God, an inhuman without the concept of fear or death, a lunatic who was capable of destroying the entire void of order by himself while also punching a chaos concept entity, had been tormented to the point of tears for some unknown reason. This was simply, no, the chills were becoming more and more severe. If they tried to empathize with him, they felt as if they would instantly go insane. There could be many reasons why a child of a few years old would squat on the street and cry. A single glance would probably be enough. However, an 8-foot-tall, a young girl walking on the street while killing people and breaking through walls while sobbing, there was a huge problem here. What's going on? Shuang used her hand to wipe away the tears on his face and tilted her head in confusion. Little Angel glanced at her and shook his head. You guys don't know either? Hui expressed that he was dumbfounded once again. Haven't you guys been watching him closely? How could you not know? It's like this all of a sudden. There were no signs at all. Shuang said softly. She glanced at the colorful sky and exclaimed softly, "Ah, after this thing appeared, little star, suddenly the group of people was confused. There must be a connection between these 2 matters. They just didn't know what kind of connection could make this madman so weak." No, the more they thought about it, the more scared and disgusted they felt. It wasn't that they felt disgusted when they saw his weak appearance. Well, this pitiful and weak appearance really had a different taste. Cough, cough. They were disgusted by the reason for torturing him like this. Now, their faces were green. In any case, it was time for various methods to be used to examine him. However, this time they understood without much examination. This lesion was placed right in front of them. It was impossible not to notice it. The crack in the sole has become more serious. Originally, it only tore half of the sole from top to bottom. Now, it has spread to 5/4 of the sole. Sui Qing finished her examination and was puzzled. In the crack, other than the remnant weak concept-level power belonging to the chaotic concept body, the rest is all origin energy. The concept-level scar has been forcefully expanded. No, wait a minute, it's not just that. There are other auras inside. This seems to be the aura of the source environment. Everyone's expression became even more strange. What was this? Not only did he open up the scar, but he also stabbed it, and it was a stab to the soul. Now they understood that the pain on the body was far less exaggerated than the pain on the soul. This stab, damn. The girl in white suddenly raised her head. The source law, I understand. This is the truth of him successfully recreating the source law. The concept-level power missing from the fusion of the world core, the concept-level scar, and the source law is his essence. The slight hint made everyone react quickly. Their faces turned pale. This was really a little nauseating. This was a little too advanced for the life forms of order. This was a little not too good. They might have to go, wah. Someone made a retching sound. Everyone's face turned green in an instant. They hurriedly ran outside. They had to vomit for a while. We could not help but cover his face and mutter, "This guy tortured himself a little," thinking about how he had been torturing himself all this time. There wasn't much difference. It was just that this time he had gone too far. He even dared to provoke a concept-level wound. His soul was about to be completely split in half. For them who were trapped in this realm, no matter what kind of breakthrough they made, they had to pay a price. Yes, pay a price. It was not hard work. Hard work alone was not enough. They had reached the point where they had to pay a price for every step they took. It was as if they were exchanging their lives for the qualification to continue moving forward. Although everything had a price, this kind of price was too ridiculous, right? Chapter 1947. The source law shrouded the entire observer space along with the light of origin. It was a scene that reflected the chaos-era environment. It was mysterious and dazzling, like a dream waiting for everyone to explore. Its significance and value was no less than that of a pioneer discovering a new continent. However, at this moment, the source of this phenomenon did not have any feelings of surprise. A group of people felt disgusted and hurriedly left because they empathized too much with it. The few people who stayed behind all had uncomfortable expressions on their faces. They looked at the guy who had fainted and was about to kill them, feeling uneasy. We checked Maple's condition again and sighed to Shuang Shuang and Little Angel, who looked guilty. Well, it's not your fault. This guy's nature is hard to change. Plus, he's obviously obsessed. It's hard for you to stop him. I just think that with you two around him, he should be a little more cautious. He won't completely ignore himself and kill himself. The effect is not very obvious. Phew. Let's carry him to the sanctuary of creation. The bed there has been arranged, Sui Feng said with a strange and, in short, very strange expression. Although I don't know if it's effective on this concept level wound of the second wound, we've got everything we can. Let's take Brother Maple there first. Little Angel nodded silently. Just as she was about to stand up with Little Star in her arms, the latter suddenly bounced up and exclaimed, "Ouch! It hurts!" The movement, like a zombie, startled everyone. Their eyes were glazed. Yin Nuoshing sat up and held her head. Suddenly, she felt that the atmosphere around her was not right. She opened her eyes and saw Sui Feng, and Sui Feng looking at her with a strange expression. She suddenly decided to maintain a confident attitude. You guys are here. It seems that it's really a success. After a lot of hard work, I've finally finished this thing. Wait a minute. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the group, Yun Nuoshing pressed her forehead and searched her soul for a while. As expected, she pulled out a spherical creation. It looked like a model of a stellar system. In the center was a sphere that emitted a colorful luster, just like the sun. Around it were 30 to 40 spheres that looked like stars. The orbits ranged from small to large, from horizontal to vertical, from circular to elliptical, and from irregular. The entire object looked like a flower. Its overall diameter was only about 1 meter. If one ignored the weird orbits, it was indeed a mini model of a stellar system. Here, the carrier of the source law. This time, it's a real concept-level creation. But it's of this level. Only this level of power was used in the creation, but the body does not carry this thing. After all, it's just a set of large-scale environmental laws. As he spoke, he threw the thing to Hui and continued. Well, this thing can be used as a world core or a domain-type creation. The sanctum of creation, the sanctum of creation, and the sanctum of origins can all be responsible for creating this thing. It should take some time, but not too long. When you have enough, deal with it as planned. Arrange it in the frontline world. You guys can arrange the personnel transfer, and so on. And the observer space is now covered by this large-scale environmental law. I seem to have thrown all the energy released after the formation into the observer space, so it's replaced directly. Other than that, there's no other effect. Let me think about it again. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Let me know if there's anything wrong with it after you guys try it out. It won't be able to use concept-level power even after it's made, Unless I'm suicidal and tear it apart. Yep, it'll be easy to adjust it. Yun Nuashing blabbered a lot, then yawned and stretched. She tilted her head and rubbed it under the wings of the little angel. She pulled the two wings over her body and said with a satisfied expression, "That's it then. It's done. I can finally have a good sleep." Hui suddenly came back to his senses and threw the Source Law's carrier to Sui Qing. He stomped on the ground, and the entire floating island shook. He gathered his energy in his dantian and roared at the top of his lungs, "Give it to me! Wait a minute!" Yun Nuashing's body trembled slightly, and she quickly pulled the wings of the little angel to cover her ears. She muttered, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm asleep. Don't worry about me." The little angel was speechless. She pulled him out from under her wings and sat him on the ground. She snorted at him and said, "I'm not going to cover for you this time. If you don't give me an explanation, don't think about doing anything today." Yun Nuashing scratched her head awkwardly. She shrank her neck in the face of the judgmental eyes of the people around her. After a moment, she thought about it. Since she had already done what she wanted, there shouldn't be any problems. So she became confident again and shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing to explain. You guys should be able to guess." "Oh, you guys want to know the details, right? Then I'll explain it in detail. To put it simply, I tore open the concept level scar with a crack. Then I threw all the world cores into the source law environment, causing the source law environment to go berserk. I mixed the source law environment with the world core, then threw the source law environment and the world core into the concept level scar. With a clang, the source law environment and the world core were pressed into the fissure, and with a clang, I disassembled the source law environment and reconstructed it to cover the entire concept level scar. Then I used the connection between the source law environment and the world core to forcefully seize control of the concept level scar. I borrowed the concept level power that leaked out from the fissure and mixed the three together to beat it up, omitting a million words in the process. Yes, it's done." As Yun Nuashing spoke, she pulled her hair and laughed dryly. Although the remaining 300,000 world cores were all scrapped, it was worth it. It was worth it. Huey's face was livid. He looked at Fong as if he was looking at an unknown object. However, Fong knew that the atmosphere was solemn, and he also knew what kind of mentality they were looking at him with, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He guessed that Fong must have done what he wanted, so he didn't care about anything. Fong didn't have the self-awareness of being scrutinized as a prisoner at all. Yun Nuashing sensed that the group did not intend to let him off so easily. His face was filled with helplessness and helplessness as he revealed a bitter smile. "All right, everything has a price. The concept-grade scar will completely heal in a few days. Once it completely disappears, there will be no other way. Furthermore, the outcome will be the same regardless of whether it is a few days earlier or a few days later. There won't be any other way for me to avoid this disaster just because I'm dragging it out." With an indifferent smile on her face, she pressed her hands on her crossed calves, and her body swayed gently from side to side. "Besides, I can't think of any better way. In the beginning, I didn't think of maybe there's a better way. There's no such thing. The road is very narrow, especially this kind of road. If I can squeeze my way through without any major problems, it's already considered a success." Hui and the others were speechless. In any case, they couldn't argue with Yun Nuashing in this regard. Yes, they couldn't argue with him at all. Yun Nuashing was willful, stubborn, and didn't take himself seriously. Although he wasn't arrogant enough to think that everything he did was right when the results had already appeared, he basically believed that what he did was right. Although he could agree with the existence of other paths, he didn't care whether there was a better way in this kind of situation where there was no need to repeatedly explore it. This was because this was a false proposition. Who didn't know how to give advice after the horse's back? At this time, the road in front of them was still shrouded in darkness and fog, and time was of the essence. They didn't have the time to think about how to do it better. They could only take it step by step. If there was a need to repeat the operation, they would talk about it. If there wasn't, then it was over. As Feng Luoxing said, the concept level scar would be gone in 2 days. What should they do then? Should they look for the chaos concept body and get stabbed again? Looking at the complicated expressions on everyone's faces, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Well, it seems that you guys have figured out the whole thing. If you want to scold me, just scold me in your heart. I can't hear you anyway. Everyone was speechless. This guy really deserved a beating. If it wasn't for the fact that he was as fragile as glass, they really wanted to teach him a lesson on the spot. It's useless to think about it here. Hurry up and settle your things. I'll ask you guys for your review and thoughts on the use of the product in a few days. This report is very important. Hui gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Luoxing. After a while, he snorted heavily and turned to leave while cursing. Let's go. Let's not care about him anymore. Business is more important. Sui Feng and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. They were supposed to be the dominant party, with the aura of a judge who had done something wrong. But in the end, they could only leave with their tails between their legs. There was no point arguing about this topic. This guy did not listen to scolding or teaching. He knew the whole thing better than anyone else and had already weighed everything. What should they say? It was also because he knew that they knew that he was well aware that they could not teach him a lesson at all. So what? Let them make a scene and scold him? He was no different from an unreasonable hooligan. They couldn't bring themselves to do anything to him and treated him like a fool as well. No. After all, this was not something that could be solved by scolding. If scolding worked, there would be no war in the void. On one hand, they advised him to cherish his life. On the other hand, they watched him charge forward and hurt himself. On the other hand, they enjoyed the results that he risked his life to bring. In the end, they still scolded him and scolded him in front of his face. The chain of contradictions was closed, and there was no link that could be broken by external forces. In the end, they could only watch him charge here and there, with a toothache and a headache while patting their chest and saying a few words in an incomprehensible tone. It was impossible to scold him. He was not in the position to do so. Waving his hand and watching Sui Feng and Hui leave, Yun Nuoxing yawned. He squinted his eyes and touched the side. When he touched the little angel, he habitually fell down and rested his head on her lap. Half of his body was curled up in her wings. He smiled faintly without opening his eyes. Angry, the little angel murmured, folded her wings, and covered him. She nodded. Yes, very angry. Yun Nuoxing smiled, helplessly. He opened his eyes slightly and looked to the side. Shuang saw him looking at her. She thought for a moment and put on an angry expression. She turned her head and murmured in a low voice, "Angry, I will ignore you for half an hour." Idiot, you could have asked us to share some of the pain. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about that level of pain, he did not know how his body was feeling. Anyway, his consciousness was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground. He was rolling on the ground while smashing the ground. His spiritual world was torn into pieces. Although it would be better to let them share some of the pain. But forget it. The pain was secondary. The main reason was that he had touched a concept-level wound. He had the source energy to protect himself. It would not be that bad if he were to be rescued. But for the two of them, forget it. The risk was not easy to estimate. He was afraid that something bad would happen. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his long hand and pressed on Shuang's head. He sighed and murmured to himself, "Soon! There is not much left. There is not much left to do. There is not much left that needs to be done in exchange for a result with our lives." Shuang took his hand, leaned down gently on his shoulder, and whispered, "You can borrow more of our power. As long as it can be used, you can tell us no matter what the problem is." He could not help but chuckle. "Of course, I have never worried about using your power. Whether it was in the past, the present, or the future, it will not change. I will not be polite." The little angel mumbled and stood up with her wings wrapped around the two of them. She held little Star in her arms and flew to the creation sanctum together. As she flew, she muttered, "You should lie down for a while this time, right?" Yun Nuoshing blinked. "Well, it's over for the time being. As for the follow-up, we will talk about it later. I really can't move much now. I am afraid that I will really split into two lunatics." The little angel and Shuang looked at his soul that was about to completely split into two halves. They both felt that it was a statement. The formation of the source law meant that the void frontline was about to usher in a second huge change. It was a change that could be said to be a collective sublimation. The things that needed to be done increased by hundreds of baskets. That's right, things would never end. There were things that could never be done in this lifetime. It was impossible to slack off. Just one thing thrown out by the guy at the top of the source law was enough to make the entire void frontline spin, like a high-speed top. As it spun, it could suck the entire void frontline in and spin with it. The origin realm had things that the origin realm needed to do, and the origin realm had obstacles that the origin realm needed to overcome. Looking at the current situation, the origin realm people were the busiest. After all, the origin realm people made up 80% of the order warriors on the void frontline. If they were not stuck at obstacles, they were stuck at obstacles. And then there were those who were stuck at major obstacles. Divinity carriers were something that could be used by everyone, but it would take a lot of time. Based on the laws of the void frontline that were not covered by the source law, it would take around 4 eras to pull out a primeval from 0. That was actually a very good time. Divinity carriers would appear according to the nature of each life. The time required to accumulate them was different, and the fluctuation was quite large. For eras was the lower limit. As for the upper limit, if it was added by half, the unlucky ones would have doubled it. Otherwise, the void frontline would not still have 80% of the origin realm people after 5 eras. If everyone could be calculated in an ideal state, the void frontline would have been full of primeval people long ago. That was a digression. The greatest difficulty for the origin realm people was just like what had been said before. They were stuck at the threshold of primeval, and they could only rely on time to grind it out until the end of time. With the existence of the source law, many methods to reach primeval that could not be used in the past could be brought out from the dusty box. There was no need to worry about that. At this moment, the group of second-generation successors took the initiative to hold up the banner of guides and began to get down to business. As a result, the entire front line emptied out. Only a small portion of the spatial patrol remained behind. Most of them had gone to break through. After all, coming in contact with the source law for the first time seemed to reduce the duration of the seal by half. As a result, whether it was origin realm or primeval realm, there were people who needed to break through. Breaking through as soon as the time came had always been their goal. Just like that, when they created a world dedicated to the source law, they locked up all the warriors of order who could break through. They were not allowed to go out before they broke through. 80% of the warriors of order who had been chased in were origin realm cultivators who had reached primeval realm, so it would probably take them some time. But I didn't expect to lose so many people all of a sudden. Now, Other than those who stayed behind to maintain the frontline defense, only a small portion of people are left to carry out missions in the Order Void. Suifeng looked at the world of light that was tied up by all kinds of fancy things, and could not help but sigh. I didn't expect so many people to break through by letting those who had less than half the duration of the seal, and those who were qualified to reach primeval realm use the method from the previous era to break through. Speaking of which, our seal seems to be almost worn down. We will be able to break through after a while. I wonder if we can reach high primeval this time. I think we still need to go through another seal. After all, it's the threshold from intermediate to high primeval. It may not be that simple. Brother Lay shook his head. Compared to this, how long will it take to make a carrier of the source law? The girl in white answered calmly, half a day. Everyone. Huh. No way. A certain observer worked so hard to make this. In the end, it only took half a day for the 3 constructors to make one. This, the beginning is very important. Don't think it's a waste of effort. Suifeng explained softly. The difficulty of making a carrier of the source law is that it needs concept class power as a catalyst. It does not carry concept class power itself. Moreover, whether it is the sanctum of creation, the temple of creation, or the sanctum of origins, all of them have a small portion of concept class power. It's just that we can't use, mobilize, or touch it, but they can. They create order creations by copying, recording, and reproducing. As long as they have the corresponding conditions, it is not difficult to recreate an identical order creation. The difficulty is that we can't use concept class power. Maple has risked his life to touch that little bit of concept class power. It's the seemingly insignificant condition that made him risk his life. Hui sighed and waved his hand to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. Now, everyone could not help but feel downcast when they talked about that idiot. It's convenient that the carrier of the source law can be made in half a day. Half a day is enough to cover the entire frontline world. At first, I thought that if it takes a long time to recreate one, I would let everyone in the frontline world squeeze the world lights into a dense pile, and then let a carrier of the source law cover a region with the greatest coverage. But now it seems that there's no need to move those spheres around, just saturate them. This is just the foundation. There are still many things to do. Suifeng was busy fiddling with a large pile of crystal balls that recorded all kinds of information. This time, it's a change of blood in the void frontline. After all, it's a change of the rules of the environment. We have to make the best use of everything. Brother Lay, who was thinking about that but had no idea, quickly changed his target when he heard what Suifeng said. For example, the adjustments to the order creations. Due to the change in the environment, the rules and order related to the order creations would need to be adjusted as well. After the adjustment, even if they were brought to a weaker level of rules, it wouldn't affect them. No. The only thing that would be affected would be the rate of energy recovery. First, it would be raised to a level and then brought back to a weaker level of rules. However, their own system is already quite complete to the point where they are self-produced and self-consumed. Furthermore, even if they can't recover, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the energy towers are basically consumables. Although they are now developing in the direction of sustainability, it doesn't change their position. As for the energy recovery of the order domain, you don't have to worry about it. As the strength increases, the energy consumption increases, the range expands, and the rate of recovery increases as the range expands. If that doesn't work, you can just throw out a few hundred new energy cores. TSK, I seem to have said a lot of nonsense. Judging from the rules of the environment, even if it's much worse than the source rules, it wouldn't affect the order creations created under the source rules too much. Then it's fine. We don't have to worry about it. We just have to adjust the various order creations under the source rules. Every aspect is maxed out. Suifeng quickly replied. His words left everyone silent for a while. We could not help but say, "You're talking about the problem that the busy man has to deal with. That seems to be..." Suifeng coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic when he saw that everyone's expressions had become a little gloomy. "No, not just that. There's something else. We don't have to trouble you, Brother Maple. We can handle it." He cleared his throat and changed the topic by 90 degrees. "It's about dealing with the chaos concept body. When you asked us for a way to prevent the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body, we really couldn't do anything. After all, the special methods of our era require the strength of rules. That's one of the conditions. As for the other, it's about the origin energy and the origin rules. The latter can be solved through the origin baptism, but the former has always been out of our reach. Now that Brother Maple has taken out the source rules, some things can be used. Although it's not as good as the defense against the chaos concept body set up by the Venerables themselves, it can still be used. At this time, it should be the best. I'll leave it to you, Hui Jun." "Oh, right. Speaking of which, I remember another part. It's also related to the strength of rules." Suifeng quickly rummaged through the pile of crystal balls for a while. After a while, he picked up one of the crystal balls and looked at it. He then showed it to everyone. "It's also related to the realm of order. It's a method to deal with part of it. It's similar to the order battle array strengthening method. It uses an individual's life as the standard target. It can strengthen everyone's connection with the realm of order, and at the same time, strengthen the realm of order itself. It's much stronger than our current rigid method of connecting with the realm of order. Most importantly, there's no limit to the range. There's no need to worry about running too far away from the realm of order and losing support." We held the crystal ball and looked at it. After listening to Suifeng's explanation, he was silent for 2 seconds. "I think Maple and Green will like this. It means that they can charge forward recklessly without worrying that the rest of the team can't keep up with them. They also don't have to worry about their strength suddenly weakening, and they can use Peerless to sweep the world's and, that's true." Suifeng spat out a mouthful of energy saliva. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Actually, this is also necessary. However, we didn't meet the requirements before, so it's pointless to mention it. Necessary, you mean it has to work with the Fortress of Origin's realm of order. We could occasionally think quickly." "That's right. The Fortress of Origin's realm of order is too powerful. By spreading out through the various nodes, it can forcibly strengthen all the realms to its level. That is, it can cover the entire void without weakening. However, relying on weak origin energy and the origin law's connection cannot unleash 100% of the realm of order's power. Back then, we had the order battle array and the net of order to assist us, so we didn't have to worry about this problem. Now that we don't have it, it's a little..." Suifeng scratched his head helplessly. "This thing can make up for a lot of our shortcomings, but, well, even if it's making up for it, it won't be able to reach 100%. Hiss, wait a minute. I thought of a very serious problem." Hui looked up abruptly as an idea came to his mind. "With this thing, wouldn't Maple drag the entire realm of order when he enters the rule, order, and energy form?" Everyone's face twitched. If that violent maniac were to go all out in this most oppressive power form, he could probably drag the entire realm of order up by 3 or 4 levels. Then, Maple's control time would probably become the suppression time of order. Suifeng followed the thought and paused. "But that's if we have the guts to take a walk in the origin, chaos, and take a bath." So, do we have the guts? It's not the normal origin, chaos, but the origin, chaos pseudo-advanced primeval power form. It's a powerful origin shock and chaos shock that can continuously cause great damage to the eighth heaven of the primeval era. It has various effects such as shaking one's brain, tearing one's soul, disintegrating order, splitting one's form, shattering one's structure, and so on. It's a combination of both. Probably. Everyone was speechless, even if they had the energy to identify them. They did not want to rush in for a walk. The origin, chaos, was an unreasonable attack, and its motive was to tear down the entire void. They had to hide behind the realm of order, but they still had to tremble in the face of that tsunami. When the time comes, they could just use the energy towers to support them. Well, that would do. We took the last one as a joke. He recorded the previous matter and looked back at it carefully. His face was troubled. Ah, so troublesome. Why is it getting more and more complicated? When there are more things, it's so complicated that I can't even make sense of them. In the first place, these things change from simple parts to more complicated parts. Sui Feng spread his hands and breathed a sigh. After all, simple things are sometimes not functional enough. Like Brother Maple said, the attack power is not enough. Simple things are easy to use, but they might not be more useful than complicated things. Just look at the staff of origins and the staff of creation. Are those things simple? When Mentor and the gods told me about them, they all said that it's too complicated and troublesome and that it can only be done step by step. But it's very useful. Of course, how could it not be useful when it was specifically used to open the heads of chaos concept entities? As they listened, they recorded a lot of things and categorized them. They had to hand it to Maple. They had to deal with it. They had to do it immediately. And they had to do it after a while. Counting them all, they had a few hundred baskets of things to do. Brother Lay suddenly clapped his hands. It seems that we can create new creations of order. With such a powerful principle like the primordial order, it would be a waste not to use it. How about this? We'll create new creations of order and hand them to Brother Maple so that he can strengthen and adjust them. We almost dropped the crystal ball in his hand. Weren't they just discussing how to make everyone break through the realm in the beginning? Why were there more and more things?